and I beg to move that the Senate amendments to the Conflict of Interest Bill, National Assembly Bill number 12 of 2023, be now considered. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the Standing Order number 48.
Leader, hold on a bit. Take your seat. Order, honorable members, I'll take you back to order number 3. Majority Leader, you hold. Those members on their feet, take your seats. Honorable Mudhoni, take the nearest seat. Millie, do the same. Order. Honorable Farah, take the nearest seat. Order. Honorable Mukunji, take the nearest seat. Honorable members, I have a message to convey from His Excellency the President. Honorable members, the message is on the nomination of persons for appointment to offices of Cabinet Secretaries. Honorable members, Standing Order 42-1 relating to messages from the President provide that the Speaker shall read to the House any message from the President delivered to the Speaker for communication to the House. In this regard, I wish to convey to the House that this afternoon I have received a further message from His Excellency the President notifying the nomination of various persons to appointment to the offices of Cabinet Secretaries. The names are in addition to the ones I conveyed to the House yesterday. In the message, His Excellency the President conveys that in exercise of powers conferred on him by Articles 152(2) of the Constitution, as read together with Section 3 and 5 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act 2011, he nominates various persons for appointment to the aforementioned offices. For clarity, Article 152(2) of the Constitution states, and I quote, "The President shall nominate and with the approval of the National Assembly appoint Cabinet Secretaries." The names of persons submitted to this House for approval for appointment as Cabinet Secretaries are as follows: John Mbandi Ngongo, EGH, Cabinet Secretary, the Order, Millie. Cabinet Secretary, the National Treasury and Economic Planning. Honorable Salim Mvuriangala Mugala, EGH, Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Investment, Trade and Industry. Honorable Rebecca Miano, EGH, Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Tourism and Wildlife. Honorable James Opio Wandai, EGH, Cabinet Secretary, Minister of Energy and Petroleum. Honorable Onesimus Kipchumba Murkomen, EGH, Cabinet Secretary, Minister of Youth Affairs, Creative Economy and Sports. Honorable Hassan Ali Joho, EGH, Cabinet Secretary, Minister of Youth, Ministry of Mining, Blue Economy and Maritime Affairs. Honorable Dr. Alfred Nganga Mutua, EGH, Cabinet Secretary, Minister of Labor and Social Protection. Honorable Wycliffe Ambetsa Oparanya, EGH, Cabinet Secretary, Minister of Cooperative and Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises Development. Honorable Justin Betan Njoka Muturi, EGH, Cabinet Secretary, Minister of Public Service and Human Capital Development. Honorable Ms. Stella Soy Langat, Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Gender, Culture, the Arts and Heritage. In view of the foregoing and pursuant to the provisions of Section 8 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act of 2011, Order Mayaka. In view of the foregoing and pursuant to the provisions of Section 8 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act 2011, as read together with the Standing Order 42.3, I hereby refer the message from the President together with the curriculum vitae of the nominees to the Committee on Appointments. Honorable members, Section 8 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act 2011 provides that unless otherwise provided in law, the committee to which such nomination is referred shall consider the matter and table a report in the House within 28 days. It is therefore imperative that the Committee on Appointments consolidates the names contained in the two lists and immediately commence the process of consideration of the nominees. The committee is expected to immediately notify the nominees and the general public, commence the necessary approval hearings and table its report in the House soonest to enable the House to consider the nominees within the stipulated timelines. I thank you. Call out again now order number 10, number 9.
Order number 10, motion, consideration of Senate amendments to the Conflict of Interest Bill, National Assembly Bill number 12 of 2023.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, allow me to move that the Senate amendments to the Conflict of Interest Bill, National Assembly Bill number 12 of 2023, be now considered. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 48, allow me to move this motion in an amended form, which is that the Senate amendments to the Conflict of Interest Bill.
Order.
Honorable Speaker, if you can
Order,
protect
honorable
me.
members. Order. Honorable Raphael Wanjala. Recess quietly. Members on their feet, take your seats. Honorable Sirima, you're a senior. You should be the last to interrupt proceedings. Members who wish to walk out of the chamber, do it with order. This bill that is being moved has tremendous consequences on many of the things that this country is doing. And I would expect you to listen to the majority leader, contribute where you can, or vote when the vote is called. It is not fair for you to vote on a bill you have not even listened to.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I think members are a bit excited because of the communication you made, especially considering that there are a number of nominees who are members of this House, and it is premature of us to get excited because we are expected to vet these nominees. And I could only take this opportunity to congratulate my good friend, the Honorable Millie Mabona Odhiambo, who I see has taken over a seat, not a position. And any member can sit anywhere, by the way. Therefore, allow me, Honorable Speaker, I was saying, understanding Order 48, to allow me to move this motion in an amended form, which is that the Senate amendments to the Conflict of Interests Bill, National Assembly Bill number 12 of 2023, be now rejected. Honorable Speaker, under the normal circumstances, such a motion to consider Senate amendments to a bill that originated from the National Assembly would ordinarily be moved by the chairperson of the relevant committee, under whose mandate the bill falls, and in this case, I think it's a JLA committee. And Honorable Speaker, in the present case, I have decided to move this motion as the sponsor of the bill to expedite its consideration owing to the peculiar circumstances of the positions taken by the two houses of the bill, on the bill, Honorable Speaker. And thank you, Honorable Speaker, that you have pointed it out to members that this bill has huge implications on the conduct of business for both public and state officers, and therefore it's important that members pay keen attention to all the amendments that were proposed by the Senate, which were communicated to the House on the 4th of June 2024, and the amendments were committed to the Departmental Committee on JLAC for consideration and reporting to the House. The nature of the amendments received from the Senate has largely informed my decision to move this motion to catalyze its inevitable referral to mediation. Because, Honorable Speaker, as I said, the Senate made amendments that would necessitate us getting into a process of mediation. And however long JLAC team takes, I think the end result will be the same, getting into a mediation committee that can unlock the extremely divergent views of the two houses on the content of the bill, which I will shortly highlight. Honorable Speaker, when I introduced this bill, it sought to repeal the Public Officer Ethics Act of 2003 and establish a framework for managing conflict of interest in the discharge of public duties under the general supervision of the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, EACC. Currently, Honorable Speaker, the Public Officer Ethics Act establishes various entities as responsible commissions for various state and public officers. For instance, Honorable Speaker, the Committee of Powers and Privileges of the National Assembly is the responsible commission for these members of parliament who are not listening, Honorable Speaker. It is the responsible commission for members of the National Assembly, while the Parliamentary Service Commission is the responsible commission for all parliamentary staff. The bill, as published, sought to change this by making EACC responsible for all state and public officers. Honorable Speaker, when this House considered the bill, it made various... I shall not repeat because you are asked by the Speaker to pay attention. I have told you, under the Public Officers and Ethics Act, it establishes various commissions that are responsible for the conduct of overseeing conflict of interest. Under this act, the Powers and Privileges Committee of the National Assembly is the responsible commission under the act for members of parliament, while the Parliamentary Service Commission is the responsible commission for members of staff. And I further said that the bill, as published, sought to change this by making EACC the responsible commission for all state and public officers. I further told you that when this House considered the bill, and we did all consider in second reading and the Committee of the Whole, we made various amendments which sought to do a number of things, including one, maintaining the existing model of wealth declarations to entities that directly supervise the conduct and ethics of the various categories of public officers. In this regard, the House agreed to repeal the Public Officer Ethics Act and insisted on transferring specific provisions from the Act to the bill. Two, we align the bill with the responsibilities of members of parliament, and this is important, members, that when in Committee of the Whole we considered amendments, we aligned the bill to your responsibilities as members of parliament on declaration of conflict of interest in parliamentary debate under the Parliamentary Powers and Privileges Act of 2017. You remember the bill, as was published, was creating a conflict of interest even on matters that pertain to your work as a member of parliament. And we sought to make those amendments during the Committee of the Whole. Three, we expanded the declarations to include previous categories of public and state officers that were not expressly provided for under the Public Officer and Ethics Act. for instance, that of the Chief Justice and Cabinet Secretaries. 4, we limited the definition of the word relative. Those who are here during second reading, you will all recall the very broad definition of the word relative in the conduct of affairs of a state or public officer, and we limited this definition to the affairs of a state or public officer and his or her dependent children. And we also, in 5, prohibited, not only prohibiting public officers from contracting with public bodies in which they are employed. You will recall the bill as published prohibited public and state officers and their broad definition of relatives from conducting business with any entity of government. Conversely, Honorable Speaker, from the message received from the Senate has reversed everything that this House passed. The Senate has deleted and proposed repeal of the Public Officer Ethics Act. This has resulted in the proposed repeal of clauses including those on functions of the Commission, participation of members in proceedings before Parliament or county assemblies. Therefore, there is debate you cannot interact with as a member of Parliament or as a member of county assemblies on the basis of what the Senate has done. Acquisition of interest in partnerships and private companies, restricted gainful employment, for instance, people who are here and are lawyers, professional accountants, etc. The register of conflict of interest, where this register will be. Prohibitions on state officers after leaving office, having served as a state officer, what other gainful employment can you get into? And we had made amendments relating to that. The prohibition against representing people before reporting entities, and declaration of income, assets, and liabilities by public officers. Honorable Speaker, additionally, the Senate has deleted the EACC as administrator of the bill and deleted all provisions on conflicts of interest in the Public Officer Ethics Act, the Leadership and Integrity Act, the Anti-Corruption and Economic Crimes Act, and the Senate amendments are the complete opposite of what the National Assembly considered and passed in the bill. I therefore move that the Honorable Speaker, I've just given the background of what we had done in this bill and what the Senate has proposed to do in the amendments that I'm calling on the House to reject. Because what the amendments that the Senate has passed, besides negating everything that we did to make this bill become workable, what the Senate has done, and without casting aspersions on the other House, Honorable Speaker, must be informed by a huge conflict of interest in the other House. Because, Honorable Speaker, you appreciate this is a House that has been unable to impeach even a single governor. And I saw them the other day pontificating on issues to do with integrity and corruption in this country, Honorable Speaker. But, Honorable Speaker, and you know, we have restrained ourselves over the last 2 years from discussing the other House or even the conduct of members of that House, even under extreme provocation. But, Honorable Speaker, we must stand with the people of Kenya. This bill is critical in the fight against corruption. The dilution that the other House, Senate, has visited on this bill makes this bill completely unworkable. It creates a very fertile ground for corruption and conflict of interest to continue taking root in our republic, Honorable Speaker. Therefore, we must be the bigger brother between the two houses. We must be the House that stands with the people of Kenya who have spoken loudly and told us that matters touching on conflict of interest, matters touching on theft of public resources must come to an end. We must be that House, Honorable Speaker, that today will stand with the people of Kenya and tell our brothers in the Senate that it will not be business as usual for governors to steal and get away scot-free with what they have stolen from the people of Kenya, knowing that because of conflict of interest, they can influence what will happen in the other House and their county assemblies. We must be that House. Honorable Speaker, this House has a singular responsibility of being the people's representatives, while the other house represents counties. Being the people's representatives, Honorable Speaker, we must be the ones to stand today with the people of Kenya. And I think, Honorable Speaker, listening to what Kenyans are saying out there, and I have seen this being one of the bills that even the young Kenyans in our country and other Kenyans of goodwill who want a change in the manner things are done in this country have asked the Houses of Parliament to expedite with, is this bill. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, we have a national duty to reject these amendments, get into mediation, and show our brothers and sisters in the other house that it is only right to do what is good for the greater good of our people, not what is good for leaders and public officers who hold office. Honorable Speaker, this bill, and I have heard in today's communication from the President, he has also alluded to it, is an important bill not just for us as public and state officers, even to protect ourselves as state officers against accusations, unfair accusations of engaging in corruption or corrupt activities, but also in protecting the assets of the Kenyan people against public and state officers, Honorable Speaker, and even people in the private sector, Honorable Speaker. This bill was misconstrued in the other house to be speaking to just public and state officers. The conduct of corrupt activities in this country, Honorable Speaker, is also largely driven by the private sector. This conflict of interest bill speaks also to conflict of interest by the private sector. 1 minute. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I was saying, for instance, if you look at the lot and the looting that has pervaded in the old NHIF, the National Health Insurance Fund, it has not come out of conflict of interest by particularly state officers. Private entities have engaged in massive looting and corruption in NHIF. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, when you run a private hospital and you engage with a public entity, it is only a law like this that will protect the assets of the Kenyan people. And I want to beg this House, as I move and call on the Vice Chair of the Jailer Committee, the Honorable Mwengi Mutuse, to second, I want to call on this House to reject in total all the amendments by the Senate to protect the people of Kenya from conflict of interest, corruption, and wanton looting of their assets and resources. I beg to move and ask Honorable Mutuse to second.
Mutuse.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand to second the motion that has been ably moved by our majority leader, that the Senate amendments to the conflict of interest bill that was considered by my committee, the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee, that have been referred to this House by the Senate be rejected. Mr. Speaker, the amendments that have been referred by the Senate are very retrogressive. They are in themselves going to undermine very directly the war on corruption. They are in themselves making the conflict of interest bill an empty shell of its former objectives. Mr. Speaker, all of us in this House agree that the reason why we have wanton corruption in the national government and in the county governments is because those who are in leadership are able to do and transact with the offices that they also superintend. And the bill intends to remove conflict of interest so that government entities are not corrupted by people who have been appointed or elected into office. The Senate has made amendments that make it possible, for example, for a permanent secretary to own a company and do business in a state department that the permanent secretary is an accounting officer. This House must stand and say that this cannot be allowed. Out there, Kenyans are saying that we are able to fund our own development, that we may not even be able to need to increase taxes if we are able to take care of corruption and take care of wastage. What the Senate is doing through the amendments is to legalize corruption, is to make it possible for a member of parliament, for example, to be able to transact with the Parliamentary Service Commission, which in itself is even rejected under our own parliamentary privileges and standing orders. So, Mr. Speaker, as I second this motion, I urge the House to reject the Senate amendments and that the bill be referred under Article 113 for mediation so that we do not undermine the war on corruption and that we take into effect the voice of Kenyans. And therefore, I second and urge that we reject the Senate amendments and refer the bill for mediation. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and urge the House to do as required through the powers conferred on the Speaker under Article 113 to appoint a mediation committee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, I now propose the question, which is that the Senate amendments to the Conflict of Interest Bill, National Assembly Bill number 12 of 2023 be now considered. And remember that the Majority Leader moved it in an amended form. So, Ndindi Nyoro, are you here on budget? No contributors? Yes. Wangare? Wangare wants to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support the Majority Leader on this bill. And Mr. Speaker, I think the most saddening thing with the amendments done by the Senate is that it takes us very far back in the war of corruption. Mr. Speaker, the issues we have been dealing with for the last 1 month or so, generated by Kenyans, by Gen Zs, by civil society, Mr. Speaker, most of them could be sorted if we dealt with corruption. Because, Mr. Speaker, every year we have had issues of pilferages of money, both at the national level and at the county level. So, Mr. Speaker, anything that would jeopardize that fight should be rejected, and we should actually support this bill and the way we had passed it, Mr. Speaker. And we shall reject the amendments of the Senate and go with what we had passed as the National Assembly, because they called us sitting, the Senate called us sitting, and I'm avoiding to dwell into casting aspersions to the Senate, but I think the Senate has lost the track of what they should be doing. Because, Mr. Speaker, one of the biggest issues we have is that we have so much money going to the counties, but we don't see the value of it. We don't see governors being held accountable. In other words, Mr. Speaker, what we have seen is the Senate being obsessed. And I say that because I've been a former senator, Mr. Speaker, that they forget their major and main mandate of protecting the counties, Mr. Speaker. What we have seen is that we have should actually be calling the governors and the CECs from the counties to show accountability, because the mandate of oversight of government in the national level is vested in this House, Mr. Speaker. We must actually, Mr. Speaker, have the conversation of whether a CS should appear before the Senate or it should be a governor and the CECs, Mr. Speaker, because we have now our CSs giving excuses that they are not able to come to this National Assembly because either in the morning they were in the Senate or in the afternoon they were in the Senate. It has become a matter of duplication, Mr. Speaker, and we should be able to deal with it at some point. But on this bill, Mr. Speaker, even the President, as he made this address that he made earlier, Mr. Speaker, he alluded to this issue, because if we do not deal with matter governance, with matter corruption, then we'll have done nothing, Mr. Speaker. So I hope that we'll do justice, and the members that will be chosen under Article 113 on mediation can be able to do justice to this bill, so that we can be able to properly deal with corruption. Because you cannot say you're taking from this hand and the right hand is hidden behind, Mr. Speaker. So I actually support the Majority Leader, and that we should reject the amendments done by the Senate and this bill to proceed as it was, Mr. Speaker, so that we are able to deal properly with the issues that have been raised for the last few weeks. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oundo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. When we enacted the new constitution under Chapter 6, we were very careful. We knew absolute power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. And that's why Chapter 6 of integrity and leadership was inserted in the constitution. we proceeded to prepare an act of parliament that made a mockery of Chapter 6. We proceeded to have various anti-corruption laws that do not seem to be biting, because outside the Honorable Speaker, many Kenyans believe it's the elected leaders, it's the political class that the purveyors of corruption in this country. Honorable Speaker, we as Parliament, and that includes National Assembly and Senate, if we can water down the bill that we passed here to make it practically impossible to hold accountable elected leaders, then, Honorable Speaker, we are taking this country into abyss. And that's why I support, as moved by the majority leader, that what Senate did was a great disservice for this country. And, Honorable Speaker, I think Senate is suffering from inferiority complex. Senate thinks that members of Parliament here, National Assembly, have got so much money that they're wallowing in a lot of money. And that's why they go to the pettiness to come and see how many cars are in the parking slot of the National Assembly. How many new cars or how many new tires members of Parliament have bought. They have this misconception, even those who have been here, Honorable Speaker, that members of Parliament use CDF to fund their personal lifestyle. Honorable Speaker, we cannot afford to allow conflict of interest not to be called out. Honorable Speaker, where we are in a position of influence. So if we allow ourselves to also start doing business with our own entity, it means therefore, Honorable Speaker, no other Kenyan will ever get a contract, will ever get any job in this country unless you know somebody. We must win ourselves this mentality that you must know somebody for you to get employed, that you must be connected to you for get a tender, that you must bribe for you to be paid for any work you have done anywhere. Honorable Speaker, I want to urge those who will be appointed to go to mediation committee. I want to urge, because at times have been some of them, senators can bully ordinary members to accept their way. Here we go with the irreducible minimum. The irreducible minimum is the bill that we passed in this House. Any other story, Honorable Speaker, we will expose them and surrender them to Gen Z to deal with them accordingly. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I support the motion by the majority leader.
Member for Gishugu. Give him the mic.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I support the motion as moved by the leader of my majority. And Honorable Speaker, the principle of conflict of interest has been there for many, many years. And it has been loosely been used under the tenets of natural justice. And this issue has been left by the courts to determine whether there is conflict of interest or not. But now here comes a law that is very explicit to explain matters of conflict of interest. And this House, Mr. Speaker, will not allow Senate to stand on the way of Kenyans in fight of corruption, because that is what they want us to, they want to take us back to. And we have to stand as a House and support the government, which is now committed towards fighting corruption. And the executive, through the president, has already pronounced itself that this is a government that is willing to fight corruption. And therefore, Senate should not come on the way of the will of the Kenyans to fight corruption. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, without belaboring the points, I support the motion as moved and will reject in totality the proposals that have been made by the Senate. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
KJ.
Mr. Speaker, I do stand up to support the report as presented and amended by the Leader of Majority, and also to object to the changes that have been put in by the Senate. Honorable Speaker, right from the onset, I'd like to say that this bill in itself was a great opportunity for this House to start addressing some of the matters that are being conversed, even by the young people who are calling themselves Gen Zs. The issue of conflict of interest in the management of affairs of government is a thorn in the flesh to this country. So, Mr. Speaker, where this House was seeking to remedy some of these maladies, it looks like Senate is keen on taking us back to a place where we are not able to counter the issue of conflict of interest. And for that reason, Mr. Speaker, I do object. Mr. Speaker, the issues that are being canvassed in the country today are calling us to order. It is at a point like this when we ought to ask ourselves as a republic, issues of conflict of interest aside, even the constitution of this country, Mr. Speaker, is now ready for an audit. This constitution has been with us for a good 15 years. It is at this point that we should ask ourselves, how has this constitution served us in the last 15 years? And when we audit the constitution, we shall put Senate on the spot. We shall ask ourselves, in its composition as it is right now, Mr. Speaker, is the Senate serving Kenya right? And to my mind, there are some amendments in the Constitution that would occasion for us to relook at how Senate is constituted. As it is, Mr. Speaker, Senate is required to be attending to the matters of counties, Mr. Speaker. And even as the Gen Zs are calling out the rot in the national government, we know that there are even bigger problems in the counties, Mr. Speaker. And if Senate was true to its roles, Senate would have already gone into these county governments and checked on the rot that is happening in the executives of counties, Mr. Speaker. The rot and the conflict of interest that is happening in the business that is being conducted in counties. So, Mr. Speaker, I do object vehemently, and I say that even as we are looking at these matters of conflict of interest, it is the right time that this country had a conversation with itself on how the Constitution has served us for the last 15 years. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I do believe that if we look at how Senate is composed, we as a country might decide to borrow a leaf from jurisdictions like that of the UK, where the House of Commons has its job laid out for itself. But the House of Senate in the UK, Mr. Speaker, and you would be one to tell us, is a house that is reserved for very esteemed people and citizens, Mr. Speaker. That if we were to recompose our Senate, we might decide that we shall reserve the Senate for those Kenyans who have served so diligently in very specific areas, and they would be the people that we would be nominating to Senate, so that it is a proper nyumba la wazee, which advises the country on very topical and very technical issues from a point of information. As it is right now, the Senate does find itself at times with no business to prosecute other than to meddle with the work that is being done by the National Assembly. And as such, they use their time to do what we have seen this afternoon. So, Mr. Speaker, I object the amendments made by Senate, and I do support the report as presented and as amended and presented by the Leader of Majority. I do support, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Those who are on the screen, like Ndindi Nyoro, Johanna Ngeno, John Gitonga, you are all for appropriations. Now the mover should be called upon to reply. Majority Leader, you may now reply.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And let me thank the few members who have contributed and commit that we will, upon rejection of the amendments from the Senate, and I want to beg that members do vote to reject, we will immediately constitute a mediation committee to be able to consider this bill and amendments afresh. I therefore beg to reply.
Order, members, take your seats. Members on their feet, Sabina Chege, take your seat. Order, Sabina Chege, take a seat. Wamshomba, take your seat. Pasaris, take your seat. Honorable members, I now put the question, and those who vote yes will be supporting the amendments from the Senate, and those who vote no will be rejecting. I now put the question, which is that the Senate amendments to the Conflict of Interest Bill, National Assembly Bill number 12 of 2023 be now considered. As members of that opinion say aye. As members of the contrary opinion say nay. The nays have it. Go back to order number 9.
Order number 9, motion, consideration of the first supplementary estimates for the financial year 2024-2025 general debate.
Honorable Ndindi Nyoro, you are the mover, right? Okay. Johanna Ngeno, you are not ready. John Gitonga,
Thank you, Speaker.
yeah? Are you ready to speak?
Okay, thank you, Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I thank you. I want to thank you for this opportunity also to contribute on this budget, supplementary budget. Speaker, we have realized that there has been difficulties in the country, Mr. Speaker, and this prompted the withdrawal of the finance bill, which was meant to finance to some extent some of the expenditures in our budget, Speaker, and therefore there had to be some austerity measures and some changes to accommodate the much we can collect. Mr. Speaker, I wish to thank the chair for budget for sitting and looking into the issues that we had tabled before the committee. And Speaker, I want to say that as a committee for housing, we factored in, of course, Mr. Speaker, the issues, the needs, which, of course, the people of this country were expecting to appear in that particular supplementary budget. Speaker, we want also to understand that this supplementary budget will have a lot of constraints, and of course, there are so many shortfalls, and especially on funding some vital projects and programs. Mr. Speaker, I particularly, the State Department for Public Works was majorly affected, Mr. Speaker. And remember, this is a very vital organ, especially on inspecting and monitoring and evaluating all the projects which are done in the country, Mr. Speaker. But most importantly, remember the rain that ravaged the country, Mr. Speaker, carried so many food breaches which had been done to allow students cross over to the other areas, to allow even women who are crossing to the other areas for markets carrying their products. Mr. Speaker, we heard, or the State Department had requested for the construction of the food bridges to allow these crossovers. But Mr. Speaker, due to the fall of the finance bill, Mr. Speaker, the whole budget which was allocating these particular activities was completely downed. Mr. Speaker, the budget also has given breadth to the employment permanently of the JSS teachers. Remember, Mr. Speaker, we still have a very big and a huge challenge on the issue of JSS, on the issue of our classrooms. Mr. Speaker, this CBC was introduced without considering so many factors. Now it is a baby that we have to nurture. It is something that we have to deal with. It is a matter that we cannot throw it out of the window, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, when this budget was cut, the President looked into whether we are going to throw out the JSS teachers, because that was a very big challenge. But in his wisdom and the wisdom of the Budget Committee, they have managed to allocate good funds to ensure that we have all these JSS teachers employed and be placed under permanent employment. Mr. Speaker, remember this is a very vital area. We also ensure that the CBA collective bargaining agreement is considered. And this is a very vital thing, which of course will also give our teachers our teachers comfort, because you know, Mr. Speaker, the foundation of this country is based on education. And just like what somebody said, or a very great person one day said, and education is an equalizer. It is a factor that equalizes all the rich and the poor. They put them in the same pool, Mr. Speaker. So this budget is considering majorly and putting into serious consideration on matters of education, because that is one area that we consider as very fundamental. Mr. Speaker, we know even the roads, we know the electricity, the energy, the Ministry of Energy, most of the issues were cut. But Mr. Speaker, most importantly, now that from the mood of the communication you just sent to this House, Mr. Speaker, you read to this House, Mr. Speaker, where most of the nominees to the cabinet are now from the opposition side, Mr. Speaker. I hope, I hope it is now going to bring harmony in this House and especially in the country, so that whatever business we are going to be transacting in this House will sail through. And I'm taking this opportunity to welcome members of the opposition now that they are part of government, to help this country to stabilize. And I know the reason why we had that particular move, Mr. Speaker, is to allow this country to have stability, allow this country to move forward, allow this country to focus, allow this country to actually ensure that all the issues, all the projects which have been slated are properly delivered and done. And even as we are passing this supplementary budget one, Mr. Speaker, I wish, as a word of caution, Mr. Speaker, we have seen, even in our committees when we were trying to pass some of the proposals by the state departments, we wanted to ensure that most of the monies, because, Mr. Speaker, where we are collecting this money, the people of the Republic who we are taxing to get this money are going through a lot of pain. So our major request and demand by this House, Mr. Speaker, is that any money allocated for majorly projects, Mr. Speaker, should be utilized on projects, and especially projects, Mr. Speaker, which bring development to our people and to the people of this Republic. So, Mr. Speaker, I wish to say that we will, as much as possible, try to cut some of the expenditures. But most importantly, Mr. Speaker, the cuts which have been placed on development areas, Mr. Speaker, the little that has remained must be properly utilized. And now that we are having almost a new cabinet, though some of them are the same old faces, but we are having almost a new cabinet. We want to ask the members of the cabinet who are coming in, where especially if they were to be passed or vetted and passed in this House, Mr. Speaker, that it is time to work for this country. It is not time to work for yourself. This is no time to reap. This is no time to steal. This is no time to waste. These are monies which we collect painfully from the people of this Republic. So even as we are going to vet these particular cabinet secretaries whose names have been forwarded to this House, Mr. Speaker, our core mandate as this House is to ensure that we vet and pass members of the cabinet who we know their background has nothing to do with corruption. And if they pass that test, Mr. Speaker, we hope they are going to deliver to this nation. They are going to build this nation. They are going to work hard, just like what the president is trying to do, so that we don't look back and say, these are the people who failed this country. So each one of us has a responsibility. As a House, we have the responsibility. As a cabinet, they have the responsibility. As the president also has the responsibility to ensure that whatever money we appropriate in this House, Mr. Speaker, that whatever money we tax the people of this country, Mr. Speaker, and put in the budget must be properly utilized without corruption, without stealing. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I support.
Nairobi Women Rep. Oh, you are not ready. Oh, Rosa Buyu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, first and foremost, in supporting the supplementary that we've just had, I would like to thank the Gen Zs for giving us the opportunity to relook at that budget. Mr. Speaker, I actually support, because when you look at what has been presented now, there's a lot of austerity measures that's been put in place, which means that money is going to go to good use. Mr. Speaker, however, I would like to say that there's still opportunity to better that budget by looking at duplication in different ministries. Mr. Speaker, when that is realigned, I'm sure the budget will even be lower. But Mr. Speaker, this afternoon, as a woman who has been on the forefront in the women's movement, I want to take this opportunity as a key member of ODM and Azimio. I want to take this opportunity to announce the new leader of minority, Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Millie Odhiambo Mabona. Mr. Speaker, nobody should tell me that I have no authority to do that. I've been in ODM since its inception from 2005. And I've seen women be so loyal to this party called ODM. I've seen women be on the forefront of Azimio. And it is time that a woman is given an opportunity to lead this party in the House. Mr. Speaker, I'm speaking of a woman who's distinguished in terms of her contribution.
Yes, order. There's a point of order. Yes, Kamket. What's your point of order? Yes, Kamket.
Mr. Speaker,
Yes.
I'm standing on standing order number 91, and also on relevance, and also, Mr. Speaker, the honourable member is is anticipating debate, because there is no motion in this House, Mr. Speaker, about any appointment. There is no motion on this floor about any appointment of anyone to anywhere. And from the experience, Mr. Speaker, from our own experience yesterday, we now know that what is announced outside,
What is your point of order?
there on two matters. Is she in order, Mr. Speaker, for the honorable lady to anticipate debate? And two, is she relevant in what she's saying? What she's saying relevant to the debate on supplementary?
Continue.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not preempting any debate. I'm not talking about any cabinet minister, but I'm talking about a seat that seems to be vacant, and I'm talking about a distinguished member of this National Assembly. I'm talking about a woman who is having her 4th term, and a woman who's distinguished in debates in this House. I'm talking about a distinguished lawyer, and I'm talking about a distinguished human rights defender. And I'm saying it is time for Millie Odhiambo Mabona to take the leadership of minority. And thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order, honorable lady members. I know you are operating within the exuberance of feminism, but your wailing in the House is out of order. Next, we have John Gitonga. Is he here? You know, some of you key in and then leave. Is he here? No. Kiarie?
Mr. Speaker, it's a great honor to be contributing to this motion on supplementary budget. And as I speak chairing the Committee on Communication, Information and Innovation. And Mr. Speaker, yes, we have been given an opportunity to look at the budget. We in the sector are actually running into a big problem, even with the budget cuts that are happening. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the trend of how the cuts were done at Treasury, they were targeted on certain issues. In the attempt to implement austerity measures, the area of communication is greatly affected across board. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, there are ministries and departments and agencies in these governments whose sole responsibility is communication, Mr. Speaker. For example, there is the Department of Broadcast and Telecommunication. In the blanket cuts, this department has been left with a situation where we might go for an entire year where they are only able to pay salaries but not conduct any developmental issue, being that their core business is communication, in such a way that if blanket cuts are done across board, affecting communication, their core business is greatly affected. Mr. Speaker, I do support the supplementary budget as we have done. However, Mr. Speaker, it must be said in this parliament that Treasury ought to change its budgeting regime and the way that it does budgeting. Mr. Speaker, Treasury in this country has budgeted for ministries and departments in the same way as it has since 1963, so that sectors that have traditionally enjoyed big budgets continue to enjoy inordinately bigger budgets. The traditional sectors that are capital intensive, that are infrastructure intensive, have continually enjoyed big budgets, budgets that probably are even budgeted for corruption, Mr. Speaker. Emergent sectors, Mr. Speaker, like the sector of telecommunication, the sector of innovation, the sector of information, some of which were small departments in traditional bigger sectors. For example, the sector of ICT and digital economy was traditionally a small department within energy. In Treasury, to their mind, ICT and digital economy still remains in their mind a small department within energy. But if you look at the bottom-up economic transformational agenda, if you look at Marshall plans like the Kenya digital superhighway program, if you look at Vision 2030, emerging sectors like ICT and the digital economy might be the place where we find a solution for the issues that are being canvassed, even the issues that are being canvassed by the Gen Z on the streets. They are talking about youth engagement. They are talking about employment. This employment will not come from the bigger sectors. It will not come from corporate Kenya. These youth will be meaningfully engaged if members in this house are able to institute digital innovation hubs in each and every ward of this country. It will happen when we are able to make connectivity, get to places like Wajir and Mandera and the other far-flung places in this country. These opportunities will be available when our young people are able to get digital online jobs, where they are able to go to a digital innovation hub in their village and they are able to be paid in dollars. But Mr. Speaker, that is the case we find ourselves in, where Treasury is still budgeting in the way they used to budget in the 60s. Mr. Speaker, our sector in the ICT and digital economy has proven that if you invest 1 shilling, you're going to reap 5 shillings out of that investment. So what we are decrying here, Mr. Speaker, I do stand up as a village crier, saying that even as we prosecute these budgets, Parliament will have to apply itself better so that we can remedy the ills that are coming from Treasury, which are traditionally budgeting in a way that does not benefit us and does not drive us in the way of solving some of the problems that the young people are telling us. So, Mr. Speaker, I do support the consideration of this first supplementary budget, and I do laud the members of the Digital Economy Committee, up to and including the Honorable Dr. Bensouda, who I see here, because they applied themselves well in this supplementary budget to be able to remedy some of those ills that we picked out that were occasioned by the way that Treasury is budgeting for this country. And I want to laud these members of our ICT committee and remind you that in the absence of a committee of the future in this jurisdiction, the Committee on Communication, Information and Innovation is actually the committee of the future. And we shall take our rightful place as Parliament so that we budget as is required by the Constitution, where budgeting happens on this floor in this House. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I do support.
Zamzam. You are not, you are on the, oh, we, is that, who is the member at the end? Mwalio. Honorable Mwalio.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to stand to support the supplementary one estimates and be able to hear some grievances that the supplementary budget has created. In this supplementary, then the cuts that we have been able to cut, we have been able to remove entirely majority of the development funds in many sectors and also the ministries. And what we are doing by so doing is that we are taking people out of business and also creating unemployment. Because if there is no development, it means that the contractors that have been able to be given some contracting, they have been able to win some tenders, and they have been able to do some works. They are going to have pending bills, and also they are going to lay down the workers that have been employed and engaged in those contracts. Therefore, it is very important to think out of the box, to be able to at least to keep some little money in a development instead of putting, removing all the 100% development funds, because it is going to take people to the streets without any employment. If you see the building sector, whereby the contractors normally engage with the government, because the government is the biggest employer of all the contractors, then those workers are going to be left with any job because there is nothing for development for this year. Number two, in our Committee of Trade, Industry, and the Cooperatives, we had checked whereby we can take out money and put whereby we can create some employment in some EPZ, SEZ, in the river tax, in the new KCC, whereby we were creating some jobs for the Kenyans. Because the Gen Zs are crying because there is no employment. So let us think to be able to be conscious to create some employment so that we can accommodate some of our young people that are in the streets every day. So we will be able to maybe to make some amendments in the third reading so that we can be able to create some room even for some people to create some employment somewhere so that these young people can be engaged in some of the developments that are going on. We were told that in the EPZ, they are all lined up of investors who are coming up to invest in those sheds. And those sheds, the money has been removed. So we will not be able to create any employment, and also the investors will find there is nothing, no infrastructure that has been done for them to be able to engage in a meaningful manufacturing, in a meaningful engagement with the government. So let us think twice as we remove and we make the future budgets so that our goal should be more so by creating employment. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Allow me to give my opinion on the debate concerning the budget estimates that have been tabled. And I want to, first of all, thank the young people of Kenya, because it is because of them that they have given us an opportunity to review these budget estimates and relook at areas where we can be able to reduce our expenditure and plan our money economy in a better way. Mr. Speaker, whereas I support the intentional move by the Budget Committee to allocate more funds in areas where the young people of Kenya may benefit through jobs creation. And more specifically, when I talk about job creation, I'm talking about the value addition areas and processing that has been given more attention and allocated more money. The school feeding program that has been able to be given 3 billion shillings. That is a positive move, Mr. Speaker. The intentional move to add more resources to TVETs and Kenya medical training colleges so that we can accommodate more of our young people into the training. And the intentional move to add more money in value addition projects like the ultra-modern fish processing plant in Liwatoni, and many other value addition ventures that has received a positive increment on money allocation. Mr. Speaker, whereas I appreciate that the young people of Kenya have been given an opportunity to get more busy with such ventures in value addition, I'm quite concerned because the current president, His Excellency William Samoei Ruto, when he was a deputy president, has pledged many times that he's going to provide milk coolers to most of our farmers in our villages, Githongori constituency being one. Mr. Speaker, his promises has never been fulfilled. And we do understand it is because maybe there was limitation on funding. So the fact that this proposal has allocated more money into buying of milk coolers in this country to a tune of 2 billion is a positive move for me. Not because the farmers did not have the coolers, but because more coolers will create more opportunities for our farmers and across the value chain to create jobs even for the young people. But Mr. Speaker, I'm glad that the chairman of the budget committee is in the house. And I would want to have some clarification why the money that was allocated for coffee cherry fund has been reduced with 1 billion shillings. This is something that I have been raising since the beginning of this year. We were promised that we are going to get 4 billion shillings for cherry fund. Later on, we were promised that our farmers, the coffee farmers, are going to be given 6 billion shillings to clear our debts. But according to the document that I have, Madam Speaker, vote number 1173 says that the Ministry of Cooperative and Development Management is going to lose 1 billion shillings recurrent fund from coffee cherry fund. Mr. Speaker, I would want a clarification on why coffee cherry fund is being reduced from whatever was allocated initially to losing 1 billion shillings. Is it that our farmers have not absorbed the money? Is it that they have realized that our farmers have had enough of cherry fund? Now they have to reduce to 1 billion, from 2 billion shillings to 1 billion? Or what is this that has informed the budget committee to reduce cherry fund to this level? Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, I am a farmer. Sorry. I am a farmer. And I can tell you that not all farmers have received cherry fund as we speak. Some of the farmers requested for 80 shillings per kilo of cherry fund. They only received 20 shillings. There are some factories as we speak who requested for cherry fund and have never received this money. So when we come now and revise the budget and reduce this money in the excuse of that we are adding more coolers, does it mean that milk farmers who are receiving coolers are more important than coffee farmers? This is a question that I would want to get answer from the relevant committee, because it is not right for us to be playing public relations with our farmers. It is not right for us to be promising our farmers something on television, but when it comes to actual figures, we play around with figures. So I will not support this until I'm clear why coffee farmers are getting a reduction. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Chair Budget, you'll note the concerns of members. You can respond to them during reply. Dr. Ochanda.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to support the motion on the basis of the timing, in terms of the time when it is falling in. Madam Speaker, this appropriation is coming in at a time when precedents have been created. We have basically created precedents in this country. A precedent, number one, that a finance bill has been rejected nearly as the first time in the history of this country. Number two, we are doing this against a backdrop that members were very elated about the appropriation that we had done last before we did the finance bill, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as I look through this supplementary appropriations, my view is that if we had time, where we are not able to get the 400 billion shillings, Madam Speaker, if we had time, I believe we are able to get this money. Number one is the amount of what is appearing as vote and programs that are placed in different departments but are getting monies differently. If we went ahead, particularly to synchronize in terms of, for example, if you look at the Department of Immigration, there are things that are talking about population services. Population services are in immigration. Then we also have issues to do with population in planning. I want to believe that if these things were merged and were looked at as one, we would have saved quite a bit of money here. The same goes to where we are having Department of Irrigation, we are having Department of Water. I think these are areas where if we looked at thoroughly, there are areas where we can make savings. But beyond that, Madam Speaker, since all this began, the head of state has indicated scrapping of more than 40 parastatals. These parastatals are already still here in the supplementaries with allocations through the departments that they fall. So, Madam Speaker, if we looked through this, if we had time, and I think this is exactly what the Budget and Appropriation Committee needs to look at, the issue of cleaning duplications and the issue of costing and marrying together the monies that were supposed to be going to the parastatals that are being scrapped, then if we put them together, Madam Speaker, I believe we are able to get the 400 billion that we are looking for by cutting some of these areas in terms of the budgets that were necessary. The other thing is the whole issue of pilferage. If we are able to get to close all avenues of pilferage, all avenues where we are getting issues of corruption, particularly today the President has pronounced himself the issue of procurement. I think if we closed all these avenues, Madam Speaker, I believe and I strongly believe that we are able to get the 400 billion shillings that are making us get to this arrangement where there's no money for development, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much.
Member for Manyata, Honorable John Gitonga, are you on this one? If not, I'll give to member for Sirisia. If not there, I'll give the member for Tetu. Honorable Geoffrey Mwangi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute and support this supplementary budget. Madam Speaker, we are in a very, very interesting time as a country because for the first time, matters economy, matters governance are taking center stage in this country, something that we have not had in a long, long time. And it is good that we are relooking at our expenditure. It is good that we are relooking at how we raise funds. It is good that we are looking at how we finance the governance of this country. Madam Speaker, I would like to start by calling out our Treasury. Because, Madam Speaker, partly some of the problems that we have found ourselves in may have been the lack of thoroughness that we have exhibited in how we have prepared the different financial documents, be they budget or be they appropriation. And Madam Speaker, it is important, without preempting debate on the individuals who have been selected to take charge of Treasury, to say that it is important that we get the best brains at Treasury. So that some of the challenges that we have gone on with the documents that have been rejected by the public and have put us in the spot as members of this House, at least we can be able to perform much, much better in future in terms of our budget and appropriations preparation. Madam Speaker, having said that, even as we try to exercise different austerity measures, even as we try to juggle with the minimal resources that we have and move them around to be able to satisfy the different needs in our country, it is important, Madam Speaker, that we continue and maybe even up the ante on the war on corruption and the war on wastage. Because, Madam Speaker, sometimes we talk about austerity. Then we realize the only austerity we achieved is by cutting in, important programs or reducing funding to important programs. But the money that gets lost through wastage The money that gets lost through corruption remains the same. And as some of the people who have said here, we not only need to look at the national government, but we also need to look further down into the county government. Because if we do not win the war on corruption, we will continue talking about austerity. We will continue talking about not raising enough resources for a long, long time, without achieving whatever, any meaningful progress. Madam Speaker, it is important that we also create a lean government, a government that is small enough to meet the needs of the people, but also big enough to execute the mandate that it has been given. I personally believe, Madam Speaker, that the government has no business being in business. And that is why when the president calls out and says that there are some parastatals who would like merged or would like wound up, that is something that I support. In this country, Madam Speaker, we have over 350 plus parastatals. Some of them have duplicated functions. Others can barely even survive without getting the annual budgetary support that they get from Treasury. Madam Speaker, we have to say what is important. What is the work of a government? It is to provide education. It is to provide things like health services. It is to provide things like security and the rest. When the government is in the business of, milling machines, the government is in the business of, milling cotton and things like that, those are things that can be best done, and they've done even better by the private sector. And Madam Speaker, if you look at this country, you can tell me any service that is offered by the government, especially those parastatals, which does not have a problem. When it comes to power, we have issues of reliability, we have issues of adequacy, and we have very many other issues. Where the services offered by the private sector, in a lot of instances, move so much better and are even cheaper. So it is time that we started looking at what is the core mandate of the government and ensure that only those functions are supported. But even as we work on this budget, and to support my chairman of the ICT committee, we must look into the future. We have continued putting a lot of money in the traditional brick and mortar economy, and we have forgotten to be futuristic. If you go to the United Arab Emirates, they have a minister for AI. They are thinking about futuristic things of where the world is going. We still have, and rightly so, an obsession with roads, an obsession with water, and those are all good things. But as we fix the past, we must also continue talking about the future. How much money are we allocating in research? How much money are we allocating in AI? How are we helping to build a futuristic government even as we take care of the past? So, Madam Speaker, I rise to support the supplementary budget, but I request that the chairman of the budget committee and his people at Treasury continue to do a budget that is purposeful, that is helpful for this country going forward. I rise to support, Madam Speaker, with those comments. Thank you.
Chair at National Administration, Honorable Tongoyo.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, for giving me an opportunity also to add my voice into this very important debate. Madam Speaker, from the very onset, I want really to appreciate and commend the Budget Committee led by their very able chair for burning the midnight oil to have this report ready. In fact, Madam Speaker, about last night, I was trying to call the chair, and he told me he went to bed around 4 a.m. And at the same breath, Madam Speaker, also want to commend all chairs, departmental chairs, who actually also participated in making this possible. Madam Speaker, it is good to appreciate that we are doing this supplementary budget during a very hard moment, because it was actually primarily cuts resulting or occasioned by the stepping down or suspension of the Finance Bill 2024, which has really caused a lot of cuts across the all sectors, which we have got no option. We had just to accept as it is. But having said this, Madam Speaker, I want really to appreciate that the Budget Committee had really tried to save and preserve the very critical and important program that are so beneficial to Kenyans. And just to mention a few, Madam Speaker, Under the supplementary budget, there's still provision of money to absorb our GSS, which is a very positive step forward. We know majority of our youth are having a problem of unemployment, and observing the GSS will actually be a promise that the Kenya Kwanza government will be fulfilling. Madam Speaker, in the same budget, there is an increment for our police officers and the prisons, warders, and actually across all the security sector. It is actually, Madam Speaker, you remember, we all have to appreciate the Maraga Task Force report recommended a 40% increase of salaries to our police officers. And even the president has committed so, and in this budget, the same money has been provided, a tune of 3.5 billion has been provided to enable our police officers get their salary increment starting this month, as promised by the president. Madam Speaker, and I know we are still going to look at other sectors, like, of course, their welfare, the housing program, so that our police officers' welfare is going to be better. Madam Speaker, the issue like milk coolers is a very important sector, especially actually from the pastoralist community where we come from. Normally we say the cow belongs to the man, but milk belongs to the mothers. And the provision of milk coolers in the budget is a very critical component that is going to ensure that the livelihood of our farmers and our mothers is going to be uplifted. Madam Speaker, it's also an important that, of course, the issue of CDF has been enhanced to enable these members, to enable and enhance their bursaries, to ensure that no kids in Kenya get their bursaries. Madam Speaker, I want to speak on the issue of the lease vehicle. In the same budget, Madam Speaker, there is a provision of slightly less than 10 billion money that is going to enable us to able to re-embark into the program of the lease vehicle to enable our security agents, our Ngawa officers, to enable to get the very important kits of tools of service so that they can able to give service to Kenyans more effectively and efficiently. And especially even to mention those who are undertaking security operation in the North Rift and in northern part of Kenya. Madam Speaker, in the same budget, we noted, of course, that there is the money for the public participation has been ring-fenced and protected so that the members who crisscross the entire country, taking the views of Kenyans, will be able to have this project provided to give the needed services. But having said this, Madam Speaker, and I hope the chair budget is listening to this, in the police sector, we had anticipated to have a lot of raft of reform and to enable our police officers to perform their duties and provide the tool of service. But in the development...
Chair budget, that Kamukunji has gone on too long. Honorable Tongo is addressing a matter to you so that you can be able to respond, especially the chairs of departmental committees.
Yeah, thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Chair budget, I was mentioning that having appreciated a lot of the development and good things that has been considered in the policing sector, where we are anticipated to do a lot of reform to enable our security agents perform their duty more effectively, the money for the modernization is lacking. It has got a zero budget. In fact, Madam Speaker and the chair budget, it's good to note this, even the money to do the crowd management, you know, the tear gas, the protective gears, is zero in this budget. I will kindly plead to the chair, when we go to the appropriation or even actually the supply, we, in this house, we look for some money to enable our police officers get the tear gas, the protective gears, to manage, of course, the crowd for crowd management. And kindly, yes, and cyber security, so, as well said by my very able chair, ICT. And I don't want to preempt, but I know the chair budget is very concerned, equally concerned about this component, this program that was not really considered. Also, and I kindly, Chair ICT, I want also the chair to listen to this. Madam Speaker, we had a program, a very good program, Madam Speaker, on restocking program, especially among the pastoralist community, those affected by the cattle rustling, which initially we had about 1 billion or so, I think 2 or so, which has been removed. I will kindly call this House, and of course the chair budget and his committee, to look around when we get to that stage, whether we can get some small money to enable the pastoralist community restock there, because that is their source of livelihood, Madam Speaker. So, Chair, kindly, and I don't want to preempt, but we have got the issue of equalization is not bad. If Chair, kindly, I want Chair to listen to this. The issue of restocking is very important to pastoralist communities. And I can see even my colleague, Peter Locha, is agreeing with this. The farmers, the pastoralists lost a lot of head of cattle during the drought. Even others did through this issue of cattle rustling. I will beseech and call upon the chair budget and this House to look around where they can get some 2 billion or so that we can be able to have money to take back to the restocking program. And having said this, we can, Madam Speaker, this House is a budget-making House. And I'm sure we can still be able to get some money to put some money into that program. Having said this, I want to support this, and I'm really very happy and still commend all of us, chairs, who participated to make this possible. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Very well, member for Wajir, Honorable Fatuma.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to make my contribution on this budget, the supplementary estimate for the financial year 2024-25. But before I do my contribution, Madam Speaker, and I want to get your attention, Madam Speaker. Can I get your attention, Madam Speaker? I want to get your attention, Madam Speaker. Yes, I want your attention, Madam Speaker. I said before I do my contribution, I want to express my disappointment, to be honest. I came here very early in the morning, and my card was in the computer. And not just me. Some of the new members in this parliament have been wanting to speak from yesterday. But I don't understand what happens in this clerk office that we are not given a chance to say something. And for once, I want to talk to the leadership of this House. Mr. Ichungwa, if you can hear me, I'll be more than glad if you hear me, Mr. Ichungwa, that us, the members, the first-timers, we also want to speak. Mr. Ichungwa, I was saying, I want to talk to the leadership of this House. The new members of this House, they come here very early. They are not given a chance to say something. And I really don't understand what is going on in the clerk's office and the speaker. I say that because I was number 2 when I came here early in the morning. Let me just finish. I was number 2, and to date, we are just seeing people raising their hand, giving, to talk. Let us just know. If you don't want us to speak, let us know. Gen Zs have really shown us the way.
Honorable Fatuma.
Yes.
Order. Because you have come to the clerk's table, you have come to me, and there was a directive by the substantial speaker that every time, please take your seat, every time an order is called, the screen is cleared. Because what we see every day is what you have seen me call for members by following each other, and they're not in the House. People put a card and disappear. People put a card on an issue, yet they don't want to speak to it. So we are implementing that every time a new order is called, and you can also not put a card in the morning to speak in the afternoon. You'll understand, and we have tried to explain to you. So I hope that is clear enough as guidance not only to you, but to the House.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well noted, but I was, again, the first person to enter this House this afternoon. because I really wanted to be heard. And I still say I'm disappointed by the
You're on the
leadership
floor,
of the
Honorable
House.
Fatuma. Please.
So having
be
said
heard.
that, Madam Speaker, I'll move to what I wanted, my contribution, Madam Speaker. First, I would like to thank the committee for agreeing with the Gen Zs for taking a budget cut. Indeed, I want to appreciate the Gen Zs for forcing not just the members of parliament, but Kenyans in large, for accepting to live within their means. And having said that, Madam Speaker, there are institutions that gained. I want to applaud the committee for looking at the doctors, the internship doctors, the JSS teachers, and the feeding programs so that our children can be fed. Madam Speaker, the elephant in the room, Madam Speaker, still we need to go further and cut our court according to our size. There are ministries that are given monies that there is duplication of roles, Madam Speaker. If I may highlight a bit, the Office of the Deputy President, there is money that is given for alcohol and for alcohol use. We also have NACADA. Someone will ask, why will we give Office of the Deputy President such a huge money when we have NACADA who can also fight against drug abuse? And it's something food for thought. We need to discuss that so that we can also cut our budget and see, because we are talking of lean budget, those are areas we need to look at. Madam Speaker, I have heard my sister, Mudhoni, saying they were given 2 billion for the coffee. And that has actually made me think, for those of us who come from the northern part of this country, whether we will ever see a day we'll get 2 billion for the restocking of our livestock, or even those who fish, or those who do mira, and many others. So it's something for our budget chair to see so that even us, our livelihood can be improved. Lastly, Madam Speaker, I want to discuss on the ministries that are still held at the national government, and they are given huge chunks of money. We need to be serious and devolve some of these functions. If you look at Health Committee is devolved, but still there's a lot of money that goes to the Health Department, Health Ministry in the national government, and many other ministries. Finally, Madam Speaker, I want to take this opportunity for the CS that have been appointed today. I wish them all the best. And I want to applaud my party leader for accepting to dialogue with the government. At the end of the day, the country is bigger than us, and we need to work together. But I want to urge them to remember women. Women are very important in this role. So far, we have not seen any lady appointed from our side. Hopefully, we'll still get. I hear there are some positions which are pending. And we'll see whether the likes of Millie and Rosa and Esther Passaris will get a chance to serve, even myself, to serve in these ministries. So having said that, thank you. And hopefully for the members, the new members here, we have been shown the way, the Gen Z's way. Let us fight for our rights. Let us fight for us to speak here. We will not allow members who have come here thrice or 4 times to be repeating, and we sit here waiting for us days and days to just say one word. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Fatuma. Just to correct you, no CS has been appointed, just nominated. It is this House to take them through the vetting and finally the appointment by the President. I'll give this chance to the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity to contribute on this consideration of the first supplementary estimates for the year 24-25. Maybe, Honorable Speaker, just to exonerate myself, you know everything we say here is on record. And the Honorable Fatuma was referring to me when she was complaining about new members speaking. And maybe by now she should have known that it is the speakers that, or the persons sitting on the speaker's chair who decide who speaks, not the leader of minority, not the leader of majority. I also wait, like I have patiently waited to get this opportunity to contribute. But Honorable Speaker, let me say this first supplementary budget within the first month of the financial year is a very unique supplementary budget. Indeed, it is the second such budget, supplementary budget that I've seen since I joined this House over 10 years ago, the first being in 2018, which was also occasioned by changes of the Finance Act of 2018-2019. And those like Millie Odhiambo, who are here, we remember when we declined to approve the VAT on fuel. That occasioned certain changes to the appropriations bill, occasioning the first such supplementary, although that happened within the second to third month. This is the first time indeed in the history of Parliament that we are seeing a supplementary budget even before we begin implementing the budget. And it must not be lost on Kenyans that this was occasioned by the rejection of the Finance Act of 2024-2025. That rejection of the Finance Act occasioned a huge gap in our budget for this financial year, Honorable Speaker, and that is what has necessitated this supplementary budget this early in the financial year. The rejection of the finance bill occasioned a deficit of an additional 346 billion. And that tells you, Honorable Speaker, without this first supplementary budget, it would therefore mean that the government of Kenya goes out to borrow the entire 346 billion. Members will note that this supplementary budget is only reducing our budget by a total of about 146.3 billion. There is therefore another gap or a fiscal deficit of an additional 200 billion, part of which, Honorable Speaker, would be covered through additional revenue-raising measures and other austerity measures that will be carried on in the course of the financial year. Honorable Speaker, it's important to say this so that Kenyans get to understand that every finance act or every finance bill that consequently becomes a finance act comes to finance government operations and the budgets that we have budgeted for the people of Kenya. And I've heard many members lament this and that budget has been cut. Yes, this and that budget will be cut. And indeed, I heard the member of Githunguri complain that the coffee cherry revolving fund has lost 1 billion shillings, but failed to inform coffee farmers that they have an additional 3 billion shillings, but they would have gotten an additional 4 billion shillings this financial year. But also, Honorable Speaker, as rightly as she said, and she was asking, I don't know whether sarcastically, that whether dairy farmers or milk farmers are more important than coffee farmers. All farmers in the Republic of Kenya are important farmers. And that is why even dairy farmers in Githunguri, dairy farmers in Kikuyu, dairy farmers in Karachuonyo, dairy farmers in Bungoma, in Kandui constituency, and those in Kuresoi, south and north, will benefit from milk coolers, because it is a key promise that this administration promised dairy farmers that we will ensure that there is substantive value addition in the milk value chain, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, as much as within the last budget that we had just approved, there wasn't money for milk coolers and for dryers for maize farmers, we have now made sure that there are resources that are being allocated to ensure that we also secure the post-harvest losses from our maize farmers. We secure our dairy products by having coolers around our country in dairies in almost all our wards, Honorable Speaker. And I know we don't have adequate resources, courtesy of the rejection of the finance bill, to be able to roll out everything that ought to have been rolled out, Honorable Speaker. You have had many of, and this morning, Honorable Speaker, I had an engagement with the young people who keep sending us messages. A young girl called Jane, who told me she's a student at MKU, complaining that they have no access to university funding, Honorable Speaker. But I want to assure Jane and many other university students that the Committee on Budget has made sure that under the differentiated unit cost and also resources that have gone to the Higher Education Loans Board, no child, no student in university, no child or student in our TVET institutions will lack to access higher education on account of either capitation through DUC or either getting loans and sponsorship or scholarships through the Higher Education Loans Board. And these are some of the balances, Honorable Speaker, that we have had to do. That means, Honorable Speaker, that there will be a give and take within the supplementary budget, and that's why you see there are many other areas that we have cut expenditure, part of which might have been critical expenditure, but which can wait. And budget is all about prioritizing, Honorable Speaker, and we must be able to prioritize so that we ensure that even those who crusaded for the rejection of the finance bill are not going to suffer, Honorable Speaker, because they have opportunities that they will never be able to access. A child who does not access university education today cannot wait for next year or the year after. But probably a road in Kikuyu constituency that was to be constructed this financial year can wait. I therefore want to take this opportunity to ask Kenyans and to plead with Kenyans to be patient, because under these difficult economic times, under these times where we give and take, you cannot and we cannot have our cake and eat it at the same time. If we have no finances from the finance bill, then a road here and there will give way. A dam here and there will give way. Another project to do a hospital somewhere will give way. But, Honorable Speaker, that will come with the necessary and requisite responsible stewardship of the National Treasury. And I want to believe, even with the nominees that have been named today, the Honorable John Buddy, God willing, if he ends up being in the National Treasury, he has the requisite knowledge, and he has sat in this House. He knows. He has been a member of the Budget and Appropriations Committee when I chaired that committee. Honorable Speaker, I am confident that we'll be able to roll out this budget, be able to chew gum and scale the stairs at the same time, be able to cut on expenditure, unnecessary expenditure, and also be able to roll out critical development and other social programs in education, Honorable Speaker, even capitation to our day and boarding secondary schools, and also our JSS teachers, the JSS capitation, Honorable Speaker. All these things must run concurrently, even as difficult as things are under the rejected finance bill, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, there are certain things, Honorable Speaker, that were in the Finance Act or the Finance Bill, it never became an act, that would have helped this country also realize very many other developmental objectives. And for instance, Honorable Speaker, was the waiver or the exemption on penalties, on tax amnesty, or rather the tax amnesty provision that was there in the Finance Bill. Honorable Speaker, I am hoping that with time, the Finance Committee will make consideration to see how we can rescue some of these very positive things that were demonized within the Finance Bill that would have done very well for this economy, Honorable Speaker. That waiver, or the tax amnesty waiver, Honorable Speaker, easily generates close to between 30 to 40 billion shillings, and at the same time allows business people in this country an opportunity to save from penalties that have been penalized by KRA on account especially of bills they have not paid, because government is also holding their money under the pending bills, Honorable Speaker. And I want to pray and hope that the Finance Committee and indeed the National Treasury are working on two ways that they can rescue some of these good things, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, if you listen to people speak about the creation of jobs, we say the bottom-up economic transformation agenda is anchored on job creation, Honorable Speaker. We tried, Honorable Speaker, during the Finance Bill debate, to speak to Kenyans and inform some of the measures that were in the finance bill spoke to job creation, but unfortunately, under the circumstances, it was difficult to get that message across to Kenyans. When we spoke about the manufacture of diapers, manufacture of sanitary towels, Honorable Speaker, we were simply trying to safeguard local manufacturing to ensure that our industries are thriving to create jobs locally, to ensure that those industries are generating revenues in this economy, not exporting jobs to other countries in the Far East, not exporting our forex to countries in the Far East as we import. And I'm glad I heard this afternoon the President speak to it, that it is time we had a conversation as Kenyans as to whether we want to make our economy one large supermarket to merchandise products manufactured and creating jobs in other economies outside of our economy, or whether we want to make our country a manufacturing hub where we'll be able to manufacture sanitary towels, diapers, and all those other things, Honorable Speaker. I've had members contribute to the issue of farmers. And that's what I was asking about, whether milk farmers are more important. Those who are claiming milk farmers seems to be getting preferential treatment versus coffee farmers. That, Honorable Speaker, within the finance bill, we had provisions that sought to protect poultry farmers. Many of our peasant farmers are in poultry rearing. Others are growing potatoes, Honorable Speaker. Others are growing onions. We sought to protect the onion farmer. We sought to protect the potato farmer, the poultry farmer from cheap imports of eggs, of potatoes. What reason is there, Honorable Speaker, for us to be growing onions in Loitoktok or in Kieni, in Nyeri County, and allow the importation of cheaper onions from Tanzania at the expense of the farmer in Kieni? Why would a farmer in Mochongoi, in Baringo County, or in Kinangop in Nyandarua be growing potatoes, yet my famous KFC and other cheap joints in town are importing potatoes from as far as Mexico and Netherlands? We must protect our local farmers, Honorable Speaker. And these are some of the measures that I'm saying we will need time to now soberly look at all these things and know how else can we finance the deficit that we have. Honorable Speaker, in conclusion, the revenue estimates that are contained in the budget that we approved, and even in this supplementary budget, are usually very optimistic. If you look at where our country is today, we have been told we are losing not less than 6 billion shillings. Every day we are out in the streets stopping other people from going to work. The import of that, Honorable Speaker, is that we may not realize the revenue projections that we have projected in this supplementary budget. The consequence of that will be additional borrowing. That borrowing will have ramification on our cost of borrowing locally in the domestic market, because you have to borrow from the domestic market. It will have an implication on how much business people, or the rate at which business people can borrow, how much investments they can invest in, how many jobs they can be able to create for young Kenyans. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, I just want to speak to Kenyans and ask them, let us reason together. Let us act in a manner that we will not destroy our economy as we seek to fix that which we seek to fix in our country. It is possible, as I said, to chew gum and scale the stairs, Honorable Speaker, together. And I believe together, we as a country can be able to do that. We can be able to fix the economic mess that we are in. We can be able to fix our politics without fighting, without injuring each other. We can be able to grow this economy and get it to where it ought to be. And Honorable Speaker, let me conclude by saying this first supplementary budget, as I said, is unprecedented. But I want to believe in the next few months, inevitably, we will get into a second. And this year, I foresee even a third supplementary budget, and ask the National Treasury that as they begin implementing this budget, Honorable Speaker, and as the new government ministries and state departments take shape, they will need to further review these budgets further to be able to align them with the new governance system that will be there, and to ensure that there are further cuts so that if the projected revenues that we project are not realized, then we do not need to go out and borrow much more, because even that space to borrow more money, we are almost hitting the ceiling that we set in this House, Honorable Speaker, and therefore it will not be feasible to continue borrowing. Honorable Speaker.
Time is up. Member for Chepalungu, Honorable Victor Koech.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. I equally want to appreciate the opportunity you've given me. So I also heard my voice on the ongoing debate on the report by the Budget and Appropriation Committee, led by Honorable Ndini Nyoro. I want to laud them and to congratulate them for the good work they are doing. The President, while refusing to assent to the finance bill, clearly said in his speech that austerity measures are going to follow. Truly, from this report, the Budget and Appropriation Committee has given us a report, and in this report, the Office of the Presidency, together with the Office of the Deputy President, has faced a huge budget cut to a tune of 4.2 billion shillings. This is a clear indication that what the President says is what is being done and what is being undertaken by our committees. Madam Speaker, we were so sad that JSS, our teachers who have been serving us as a country through or under internship, were going to continue serving us under internship. But the Budget and Appropriation Committee saw it well and gave us a solution. And now our teachers are a happy lot, and it is a clear indication that in a few months' time, their confirmation is going to come through. And equally, Madam Speaker, coming from a constituency that greatly relies on dairy farming, I am happy as a member because money for milk coolers is still available through this budget. And it is a clear indication that mopping up of milk is going to happen. It is going to benefit my farmers from my constituency and from the dairy farmers within the country. Further gains, Madam Speaker, on the same is the issue of internship. Availing money through this budget to recruit more interns is a clear indication that this country is moving toward the right direction, ensuring that the graduates who graduate from various institutions are going to be engaged somewhere as they gain experience or as we prepare them for future markets. But sadly so, Madam Speaker, it is important to note that whenever we have a budget, we equally have a finance bill which translates to a finance act which funds this particular budget. We were not able, because we lost the finance bill, to actually put into budget the money for last mile. This money was going to greatly help the constituencies, and especially the constituency that I represent, that is Yapaluko constituency. It is important to note that sadly, we lost 14.5 billion, of which each constituency was going to get 50 billion. It is now upon the Budget and Appropriation Committee, led by Honorable Ndini Nyoro, together with us, members of this House, to look into the ways that we can bring back this particular amount of money in September, so as to ensure that we increase or we enhance electricity connectivity within our constituency. They say, Madam Speaker, if you want to remain in power, you have to give people power. And if we fail to give people power, we'll be answerable to the people that gave us these particular seats when it comes to 2027. It is important as a House that we sit down, look into the ways of how we can bring back this 14.5 billion that was going to help not only my constituency, but all the constituencies in the entire country. Madam Speaker, it is sadly also to note that we lost 10 billion that was going to enhance CDF. We all know the amount of work, the magnitude of the work that is being undertaken by CDF. We are losing 10 billion that was going to increase money to our constituencies, by a margin of around 30 million by constituency. This means for constituencies that have been left behind for so long, like Chepaluko constituency, that is still facing a lot of dilapidation of infrastructure. Madam Speaker, this money would have greatly impacted on the infrastructure within the constituency that I represent and equally to the entire country. It is now upon us, upon this Honorable House, upon the Chair, upon the committee, the Budget and Appropriation Committee, to look into the ways of bringing back this particular money so as to improve on the infrastructure of education, to improve on bursaries. In the rural constituencies that we represent, Madam Speaker, most of the people that go to school rely heavily on bursaries, and we don't announce it, it means that we are not coping with the increase in population. Madam Speaker, on the roads, just like any other department, just like any other saga, roads have actually faced a major cut. Entirely, as a budget, we are losing over 100 billion. Roads is a major critical infrastructure that is going to spur economic growth within our constituencies. The finance bill that was drawn out that didn't work was seeking to find and allocate money and appropriate money that was going to handle roads that have been orphaned for so long. In our constituency, cutting across 3 constituencies, that is Darajasita, Chebole, going to Chebunya and Emuru Adigiri, we have a road that was done that was low volume, that requires maintenance. This money is not available simply because we didn't find money. We didn't pass, we actually passed, but it wasn't ascended, the finance bill. It is now upon this House, upon the Budget and Appropriation Committee to sit back together with the chair for roads and find ways. We need to find ways of handling these particular roads. There are major connectors, but sadly, Madam Speaker, they have remained unpassable for so many years. We've been promising, but the promise is not coming. It is now upon this House that we sit down, analyze our budget well, find ways and possible solutions of allocating money to these particular orphan roads. Because if they remain unmaintained for this long, we will lose the purpose for which they were constructed for. And Madam Speaker, having said so, equally, the 3 things that we are elected to serve our people majorly is on water, electricity, and roads. On water, if we are continue to underfund the water sector, then it means, Madam Speaker, our people will not access clean drinking and even domestic water. If it so exists so, Madam Speaker, we as a country are not leading in the right direction. And even as we lament and talk about this budget, it is not appropriate that we sit back and say we're not going to make further adjustment and allocate more money onto water sector. It is now upon us, upon the chair, that we should allocate money to water. We should deliberately allocate more money to energy, to roads, and to education. Sadly, Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Education, or the Department of Education, lost money for infrastructure. This money for infrastructure normally comes in to add up to what CDF does. In a constituency that I represent, that so many schools are still in a sorry situation, Madam Speaker, this money normally comes up to add up to what I do as a member of parliament. Kneeling, or actually saying that this money is no longer available, is destroying a constituency that was going to develop further. It is now upon the chair, and I implore upon you, Honorable Ndindi Nyoro, to find ways. The infrastructural money was critical to rural constituencies. We implore upon you, together with your committee, we will help you as a House to find ways of bringing back the infrastructural money. With so, a few remarks, Madam Speaker, I want to say I support the appropriation bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Nairobi, Honorable Passaris.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to speak to this historic supplementary budget. But before I go to the budget, I want to say that yesterday was a very sad day for my county. From the daytime when there was demonstrations, we saw the residential areas of Pipeline, and through the night, the residential areas of Zimmerman in Roysambu being tear-gassed, houses and apartments. It's a highly congested area, high populace. I spoke to the member for Roysambu this morning, Honorable Mwafrika, and he was equally disturbed by what was going on. I spoke to the acting IG, Douglas Kanja, and the Nairobi RPC, Bungei. And, Bungei said to me that, look, Esther, it becomes very difficult when you're having people trying to go to a protected area, and they're all roads leading to that protected area where there's also refineries which could cause more damage if somebody tried to tamper with them. So, it's a thin line. And it takes me back to what's going on in the Middle East, where we see the casualties of women and children because of a war that shouldn't really be there. And I really want to appeal to the Gen Zs. You have done a historic thing in this country. You are our children. I have 2 Gen Zs in my family, and almost every member of parliament here has Gen Zs in their households. And we listen to them and we hear them, and we understand where they're coming from. And they came out to the streets because the first thing they wanted was the finance bill to be withdrawn. And it was withdrawn. And then they wanted the president to go on X, and the president went on X. And then they wanted the cabinet to be dismissed, and the president dismissed the cabinet. And now there's a hue and cry about why do we bring back the same people? At one point, I actually asked the Gen Zs, can you put your list together of possible people that you think could be able to come in and help with the leadership? There was no such list coming out. And at the end of the day, this is a constitutionally elected government. People went and voted. And they voted for the representatives that are in the House. Every 5 years, we have that opportunity to vote. You don't want to wait for 5 years, but you cannot disrupt the entire country. We've seen enough bloodshed. I hear Gen Z saying, oh, we are not responsible for the bloodshed, it's the police. But we saw the infiltration of the Gen Z movement by criminal elements, by goons. And even in Roysambu yesterday, the people that actually came to Roysambu yesterday were actually people that were not from that county. The county was peaceful during the day, and they rained terror at night. So the thing is, as a country, we have to always look for peace. We have seen enough bloodshed, and right now, the government has formed a broad-based parliament, and I really believe that together we can actually be able to steer this country in the right direction. There were so many things in the manifesto of Azimio that could actually complement the government. And I know that Baba has the heart of all the Gen Zs, because for the existence of the ODM party has been 19.5 years, which is the Gen Zs. We have Gen Zs that are 12 years old up to 26 years old. The 12-year-olds are in school. We can't disrupt their education every day. We also have a lot of people who are unemployed. The unemployed and those who are employed are now also having challenges. We've had cancellations, we've had job cuts, and we need to actually put this country in the right direction. Everything that the Gen Zs have spoken about for stop the abductions, let's have arrests of the police that have done wrong. I have seen the president speak to all that today. We have had budget cuts. We removed the things that were unconstitutional from the budget. And I believe that, it's going to be hard for Kenya right now. But the employment opportunities for the doctors, for the JSS teachers, are going to be there. And we hope that the economy can be spurred up in terms of giving incentives to the private sector so that we can create more job opportunities, because our neighbors have actually benefited from the strife that we have in our country. continue guiding. And you know, today I was thinking, we used to have NEPA desks in every ministry. Can we have a Gen Z desk in every ministry, in every public office? We have retirements every year. Austerity measures might not open out jobs for us, but if we can at least employ some Gen Zs in every ministries and have them run in the Gen Z's desk, they can make sure that they're the eyes and the ears for the president, because structures of government sometimes are actually so bent on doing things wrong that we need the elements of the Gen Zs within there. In the counties can really help. If the counties were able to actually raise their revenue by reducing the amounts that they've been charging, they will be in a position then to be able to get more revenue, and as a result, actually lessen the burden on the people and be able to actually deliver more services. All round, we know that the Gen Zs are asking for more governance, they are asking for more accountability, they are asking for more action when it comes to corruption, they are asking for an end to opulence, they are asking for questions about how people became as rich as they are in such a short period. I mean, for me, I've been driving the same car I've been driving for the last 13 years. Sometimes I also question, how do people who come into parliament already have helicopters? We have questions that need to be answered, and I really pray that the president will deal with it decisively. We also see a hand of political meddling. An early politician, past and present, who's actually fueling the instability of this country, they need to be questioned and arrested. Any police that actually went beyond his mandate and did the wrong thing needs to be also arrested. There is a lot of healing to be done. The mothers who've lost their children are in pain. I have seen children saying how much they hate the government, how much they hate the parliamentarians, how much they hate everything. But you know what? We need to turn that hate into constructive ways of running this country. This country belongs to all of us. From independence, when the Mau Mau freedom fighters fought for this country, to today, there has been struggle after struggle. I myself in 2017, actually dealt with 97 bodies in this county. I actually was on the street, tear gassed over and over again till I could do it no more. It took me years of post-traumatic stress disorder to be able to deal with the smell of tear gas. I also want to say that we're going to be asking questions that the Gen Zs wants answers. What is that pink substance that is being taken through the water bowsers? Is that used in other countries? Is it ISO certified? Is it safe? Are we creating a health hazard coming in the future? There are questions that need to be answered, and we as your members of parliament will ask them. When it comes to the budget, I think there are some things that we have to do. As we tighten our budget, as we deal with corruption, we need to also ask ourselves, can we increase capitation? Can we make sure we pay for capitation? Can we make sure secondary education is free? Can we scrap all these bursaries in all these various entities, from the NGCDF to GAF to MCS to governors? Can we scrap it all and make sure that we have 100% transition? Can we make sure that the schools that have more students, we actually allocate money to classrooms? I think it is sad to see young teenage children who finish primary still at home because they can't pay. There are going to be some decisions that we're going to make as we move along. And I believe that we all have the best interest of the country at heart. I think we need to end the insults. We need to end the hate. We need to come together. And I believe that there is a space for the Gen Zs in every public entity. Every year we have retirements. Let's fill those spaces with the Gen Zs. Let's have a special Gen Z desk in every public entity so that they can actually look at governance. They can look at structures. They should be allowed. Access to information is a law. They should be allowed through every office to make sure that they actually help steer this country. Their efforts and their fight should not be in vain. Those who died should not be in vain. I think it's about time that we consider Gen Zs as we look to replace those who've retired. The Gen Zs, I celebrate you, and I am sorry for all the pain we have caused you. And I really pray that we can work together for the goodness and the greatness of this nation. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Kwanza, Honorable Ferdinand Wanyonyi.
Well, Madam Speaker, thank you very much. Having sat here from 2 o'clock, and as somebody mentioned, I don't know what happened, but that's for another day. I just want to ECHO, I think we have talked about this. My input in this particular supplementary budget is that, of course, we know why we are doing this. I've been here 3 times, Madam Speaker, and this is a very unique supplementary budget because we are doing it after, of course, before we have the budget itself. Therefore, I think we are just having the inputs, and I think the chairman and other people should actually take into consideration whatever contribution these members are putting. It's important that he takes note of it. One very important thing that I've noticed that we've had a lot of cuts. Now, we therefore should, as a guideline, let's complete the projects, the ongoing projects before, because we have no funds. Let's complete the ongoing projects before we start new ones because of the financial constraint. And of course, Madam Speaker, there's a lot of wastage in this country. Again, let's look at it departmental or whatever it is, ministry. There's a lot of wastage in some of the areas. And therefore, I think we should also look at it very critically and take that as a priority when allocated some little money that you're going to be allocated. And therefore, that is something that everybody should take into consideration because we do a lot of wastage here, and I think that should be looked at seriously. The only thing that I want to comment on this is that we have 7.5 billion on fertilizer subsidy. I come from River Valley, Trans Nzoia in particular, and we have to have this, the next season, we should have this money ready because, of course, apart from having a technical problem we had, we want in future, the next year, to have fertilizer ready. Madam Speaker, I'll be very surprised that fertilizer came and imagine there was no top pressing, very little top pressing. And so then, you know, that what will that lead to? Poor harvest. And that leads to another problem, which of course means we may end up importing food in this country. It's a shame for a country like ours, which has all very good climatic conditions and the soils to import food. But just because we have not addressed that issue of fertilizer, and of course I can see 7.5 billion shillings, which is good enough, but let this come on time. And again, as it comes, some areas maize grow very fast. Let's also have the top dressing fertilizer on time. As I'm talking like this, I'm told those in Trans Nzoia and parts of River Valley, they did not get the top dressing. So we'll have a very poor harvest. Yeah? And that is because we did not do our job well. Otherwise, I think there's some allocation. Apart from that one, of course, there is this matter of coffee. Let's again work on it very, very seriously so that it can be able to export. Because coffee in this country is one of the best in the whole world. Let's again work on it. Whatever it is, how for the people that are in agriculture and those who are devoted to assist the farmers do something that can be able to have enough coffee harvest for us to be able to export. Secondly, of course, we have these mini coolers. I want to thank the committee for having put 2 billion shillings on importation of mini coolers. That is important. I think I took advantage of that. And I have, in my 6 wards, have at least a cooler in each ward. And this has actually helped. One, employment of the youths. Secondly, the milk that we get from here can be able to, and we have sent it to Kenya, to KCC and other factories. And I can tell you, we have a very good market in the Middle East, particularly Middle East. I have been in the Middle East many times. Those days when we were doing very well in terms of milk production, we had milk from Kenya. Today, you go to Middle East, and you'll be surprised that you get the milk from Uganda, and you wonder what happened to us. So that again is an issue that I think the committee, I want to thank you for having put 2 billion shillings for importation of the milk, and I think that milk coolers, I think from Poland, wherever it is, must be Poland. I think that is again something that we should be able to do, and do it well so that can be able to have market, particularly the Middle East. And of course, we're also trying to do zero grazing. That again will be able to go with the zero grazing. Madam Chair, Madam Speaker, that is something that will be able to provide employment. I think in 4 of the milk coolers have almost got almost 80 youths actually working in those milk coolers. So I want to request that the committee look at these wastages and at least there's a depth on that. Again, I think we can also negotiate the debt, the public debts, because we are asking at least to increase the funding on projects that actually can bring development in this country. And therefore, we can also ask the Ministry of Finance to be able to renegotiate on the public debts so that it can be able to increase the funding to some of the projects that actually can create employment and, of course, increase development in our country. I think, Madam Speaker, I support this bill, the supplementary bill, but I think it's a very unique. We hope and pray that we be able to, God willing, we be able to go through, and when you get the bill itself, the financial bill, we'll be able to look at some of the issues that were put forward to amend. So that it's also not rejected. I think some of us are even here because, we voted yes, and that has caused a lot of anxiety, some of the people. Myself, Madam Speaker, I tell you, the youth invaded my home. Yeah? So
It's out of order, Honorable Member.
No, I don't want to get involved. Madam
This
Speaker,
it's not your take, Honorable Ferdinand. What is out of order, Honorable Funyula?
What is he ordering?
What is out of order? You have your mic.
Yes. Chair.
Take your seat, Member for Kwanza.
Chair, I just want to send my sincere condolences, or my sincerely want to sincerely sympathize with my colleague who happens to be my brother-in-law for the loss you almost suffered for refusing to listen to electorates. I think you have learned your lesson.
What is out of order, Member for
and you
Funyula?
live to work properly.
What is out
Thank
of
you,
order?
Honorable Speaker.
Member for Funyula, you're totally out of order.
I think it's out of order.
It is a democratic right for any member to vote anyway. Member for Kwanza, conclude.
I just want to say I think I support this supplementary bill, and I just hope and pray that we'll be able to implement. I talked when you are away, but I think I'll be able to discuss with you some of my suggestions. I support this supplementary bill. Thank you.
Honorable members, I know I've gotten a lot of interest on this motion and some questions because in the morning the debate had been limited to 5 minutes, but because we did not limit it on this sitting to 5 minutes, you cannot do that mid-debate. But honorable members, 10 minutes is a maximum. If you all speak and limit it, many of you will speak. And just to also note, today we are sitting all the way to 9 p.m. There is enough time for members to contribute. This chance will go to the member for Nandi, Honorable Cynthia Muge.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to contribute to this motion. And from the onset, Honorable Speaker, I want to say that I support this supplementary budget estimate, supplementary budget 1 of 2024-2025. Honorable Speaker, of course, when the budget came to our supplementary budget came to our attention, I was a bit disturbed, Honorable Chair, and I am a member of a Committee on Health. And Honorable Speaker, looking at the cuts that the health facilities were taking right from Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital, Honorable Speaker, that was supposed to benefit from 100 million for a construction of a children's hospital to supplement the Shoe for Africa, Honorable Speaker. You know MTRH serves a very good number of counties, Honorable Speaker. Of course, my heart sank. Same to the ICU facility that was supposed to go there. Honorable Speaker, I was disturbed by the fact that KEMRI, which is the strongest and the greatest facility in matters advancing on the issues of medicine, Honorable Speaker, received a total cut of 400 million that was supposed to be meant for research and such kind of things, Honorable Speaker. Of course, Honorable Speaker, this makes my heart sink to see that Madari Hospital, that is handling the mental ill health issues, Honorable Speaker, in this country, received a cut, 100% cut, Honorable Speaker. And this is one of the facilities that we run to when we have issues of mental health, Honorable Speaker, or rather mental ill health, Honorable Speaker. Of course, it pained me, Honorable Speaker, to also see the national spinal injury, which is only one facility in the whole country, Honorable Speaker, that serves anyone who suffers from a spinal injury, Honorable Speaker. That facility is in dire need of funds for it to be upgraded and for it to be expanded so it can be able to accommodate and treat more people, Honorable Speaker. But this particular facility, Honorable Speaker, received 100% cut, Honorable Speaker, which is actually taking us back in matters of development of health, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, when you look at Kenyatta University Referral Hospital that was supposed to benefit from the cancer center, that's supposed to help us reduce the number of people that are actually going overseas for treatment, Honorable Speaker, receiving a cut, a humongous cut, Honorable Speaker, it actually broke my heart. But Honorable Speaker, looking at the gains or the winners of this particular supplementary budget, it speaks and it looks, it portrays a very good picture, Honorable Speaker, of this government that is paying attention to issues that are very primary and that are really important to this country. Honorable Speaker, when you look at education, it has been able to get a lot of money in terms of the recruitment of the 20,000 JSS teachers, Honorable Speaker, as opposed to the narrative that we were all setting into, Honorable Speaker, that since we did not have the finance bill go forward, therefore we cannot be able to generate money to run this government, then this will be the first casualties. Honorable Speaker, I am happy that we have a responsible government, a government that sits down and weighs what is more important and what is urgent, Honorable Speaker, and that is why we have the 46,000 JSS teachers confirmed and the 20,000 that are going to be hired as interns, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the young men and women of this country will not be going without money under the help. They will be able to access their money properly, Honorable Speaker. We also have the issue of the school feeding program. Honorable Speaker, I have my own reservations in regards to how the feeding program, Honorable Speaker, is actually implemented and the beneficiaries. But that notwithstanding, Honorable Speaker, I would be very selfish to actually say no to it when someone is going to benefit. So, Honorable Speaker, while we work on the structures to ensure that implementation is not only fair but also targeted, Honorable Speaker, I support and I am really happy that it was part of the persons gaining. Honorable Speaker, in health, we are going to have the universal health care. It has been a great beneficiary. We are going to have them get 8 billion. Honorable Speaker, the primary health care, the emergency and chronic diseases is also getting an allocation, Honorable Speaker. Importantly, Honorable Speaker, if you look at livestock and cooperatives, where the milk farmers, the dairy farmers are falling into, Honorable Speaker, as much as the budget cannot be able to accord the 2 billion that we really wanted for us to be able to bring up the prices of milk for our farmers, I am happy that at least we have 1.5 billion, Honorable Speaker, so that we can be able to take care of our milk farmers and be able to save them from the treatment that they are getting currently, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I cannot overemphasize, Honorable Speaker, the cherry fund that is being given to coffee farmers. Nandi County, Honorable Speaker, as you have noted, is the greatest and the newest entrant to coffee farming, and we hope to be able to benefit, Honorable Speaker, from this, including the sugar reforms, Honorable Speaker. I am one happy representative to see that this budget or this supplementary budget has maintained or retained the 1 billion that is supposed to be, that is meant for sugar reforms, Honorable Speaker, and of course not to mention the fertilizer subsidy. I am one happy person, I am one happy farmer, and one happy happy representative, Honorable Speaker, because our people will continue to produce their farm produce, Honorable Speaker, and feed this country. Honorable Speaker, I am especially happy because of the National Government Affirmative Action Fund. Honorable Speaker, like it has been put across by several members in this House, is that the CDF and the NGAF are very important funds that touch the people on the ground. I am happy, Honorable Speaker, that this government has seen the importance of those two funds, and therefore, if a budget cut has been inflicted on any of them, it is minimal, Honorable Speaker, but for NGAF, we want to appreciate that actually we are receiving the money that's supposed to help us do affirmative action in our counties. Honorable Speaker, looking at these two sides, Honorable Speaker, allow me to say that this is a sincere budget rationalization, a sincere one, Honorable Speaker, considering what was taken away and what actually gained from those that had something taken away from them. Honorable Speaker, that notwithstanding, I must mention, Honorable Speaker, that we have issues that we must be able to deal with, Honorable Speaker. We must deal with wastage, Honorable Speaker, and we must be able to deliberately shed the fat of public resource wastage, Honorable Speaker. This one must be done for us to be able to ensure that the services that we want to get to our people actually get to them and on time, for that matter, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, there is also an elephant in the room that is called disbursement. Honorable Speaker, I have been in a legislative house. This is my 7th year, Honorable Speaker. And one single thing I have not been able to crack is something called disbursement. Honorable Speaker, it beats me that we can do a budget, allocate a certain amount of money, confirm using a finance bill, whether a current one or a previous one, that we can be able to get this money and we can be able to fund this budget. And at the end of the financial year, Madam Speaker, we actually get non-disbursements. We don't get that money given to the line ministry that was intended for, Honorable Speaker. It beats me, Honorable Speaker, and I think this is one thing as a parliament we must speak to, so that we ensure that at the end of every financial year, every single coin that was allocated to whatever purpose actually serves the purpose at that point in time, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we also have the elephant that is called non-expenditure, Honorable Speaker, or underutilization, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, it is sheer incompetence for you to be given money, a specific amount of money, and at the end of the financial year, Honorable Speaker, amidst all the needs that we have in this country, all the issues that need to be sorted, you return the money at the end of financial year, courtesy of lack of utilization or underutilization. That is something, Honorable Speaker, as a parliament, if we intend to ensure that the people of Kenya get services, we must deal with it, and this is not only the time, but also the opportunity to be able to deal with it, Honorable Speaker, so that we can be able to sort out these issues and get services to our people, Honorable Speaker. Lastly, Honorable Speaker, you know, I remember in the year 2022, when the President of the Republic of Kenya, His Excellency William Samoei Ruto, came into office, he made a very unpopular decision. A decision to put to an end subsidies, Honorable Speaker. And when that happened, Honorable Speaker, it was very unpopular, but we have a very good result from it, Honorable Speaker, that it was able to stabilize our economic situation in this country, and we were able to see...
Order, Member for Nandi. Honorable Catherine, what's out of order?
I just wanted my colleague and a very good friend of mine, Honorable Cynthia Muge, to notice that when school feeding program for nomadic places...
What is out of order, Honorable Catherine?
She said that it's not working, but it is working. I want to prove to her.
Honorable Catherine, that is point of information.
What?
If I had Honorable Member for Nandi, she said she may not agree with how it is done, but she supports. And she did not say it's not working. So that is not a point of order. Is there anything out of order, Honorable Catherine?
I want just to mention something so that she can be happy, a little happy, even if she's not agreeing.
She looks pretty happy to me.
She was not agreeing. I want her to agree. Actually, NACONEC is a council that is working better before...
Honorable Catherine, that is a point of information. It's a point of debate. You'll be free to put it in your debate. Honorable Member for Nandi, kindly conclude.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker. And of course, you know, issues of food is in the heart of every woman and mother, so that I understand, Honorable Speaker. And just lastly, Honorable Speaker, I must say that the finance bill has brought us here. And we have all realized that it cuts to the front and to the back. That those who are there and those who are not there are suffering the same consequences, Honorable Speaker. But it is also good that we are here so that we can be able to live within our means and ensure that whatever we have, we make it count while it lasts, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to contribute to this particular motion.
Honorable Joseph Oyula, member for Butula.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to also contribute to this important motion. Honorable Speaker, I want to start by congratulating the Budget Committee for work well done. The Budget Committee went through a lot of small areas to ensure that the budget is almost properly brought out. However, Madam Speaker, my concern is mainly on the huge reduction on the capital expenditure against the reduction on the recurrent expenditure. Madam Speaker, development expenditure is the one that should have been given less reduction because it spurs development in the country. It's the area that the youths can get employment. It's the area that the production of a country can be assessed and be determined. Madam Speaker, I would suggest that as the Budget Committee continues with their work, they should put more effort in reducing recurrent expenditure and enhancing the capital expenditure. Capital expenditure is very important for development of the country. Other than that, Madam Speaker, I'm happy that a lot of areas have been properly taken care of. Like in agriculture, we have those coolers which are very useful in some of our areas. The other issue, Madam Speaker, is the consideration for the JSS teachers. There have been a problem in the constituencies, but I think with this provision that has been put in the budget, many of them will be accommodated in the system. Madam Speaker, TVETs, construction of hostels has also been considered. And that is very important because most TVETs do not have hostels. And therefore, you find the students moving around looking for accommodation. I'm sure if this is done and done well, our students will have proper accommodation and will concentrate on their studies. Madam Speaker, I also want to mention the increase in the energy for purchase of transformers. Some of our areas, particularly the area I come from, we do not have adequate power in the county. So these transformers will help those dark areas that we still see in our areas. Madam Speaker, this is a very important budget, even though it came at a bad time because of the rejection of the finance bill, but still we need to take care that the reduction in some of these areas do not contribute to pending bills, because if we increase pending bills, we'll be increasing our borrowing, and that will affect our deficit. So these reductions should be looked at again so that we have adequate funding in some of the projects that were ongoing so that we don't create pending bills which are going to increase our deficit. With those few remarks, Madam Speaker, I wish to support this supplementary budget. Thank you.
Honorable Jackson Kosgei.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. From the onset, I support this motion on the consideration of the first supplementary estimates for the financial year 2024-2025, and I appreciate the chair and the committee for bringing in a mitigative supplementary budget that is going to cushion our expenditure and as we collect the revenues in this country to run the government. I wish to bring to the attention of the House three things. Number one, especially budget cuts is supposed to guide budgeting towards minimizing on non-essential areas and concentrate on very essential areas during this time of austerity measures. And I wish to join other speakers that even when we exercise that discretion of budget cuts, we should be sensitive to important areas that may not be loud, yet it is equally important. Madam Speaker, we have ministries that over time in various regimes in the past have never been considered essential. And that is ministries touching on young people. We have had an experience with our younger people expressing themselves, and it is time that when we consider our budget, we should increase in those areas. The Ministry of Sports, for example, and other ministry is the ministry that is got to do with the preservation of our identity as a nation, and that is dealing with culture. I happen to be a member of the departmental committee, and we witnessed how much budget cuts was done on these ministries. And I think these are ministries that touches on essential areas in the management of our country. And therefore, I would wish to request that the budget committee reconsider some of the areas where the budget cuts has affected those activities that would have accommodated the needs amongst our young people. Number two, Madam Speaker, is a consideration of safety features in risk management in our own premises as Parliament. I wish to again draw the attention of the Budget Committee that whether or not it is available in the PSC, I am one of those who consumes facilities that requires persons with disability to access important exit or entrances into this particular building. And there are two areas in this building. When we have students coming up here into the speaker's gallery, Madam Speaker, the area of entrance and exit is complicated. We would like to have attention by the Budget Committee to add in this supplementary budget, because risk is an issue that can call for attention at any time. The other one is exit route, as discussed yesterday or the day before yesterday, which affected us, who are more dependent on assistive devices. It was totally impossible, Even if my brothers and sisters would have loved to carry us, you wouldn't have saved us and you would not have saved yourself. So very important is that as a matter of urgency, the budget committee should include that as a matter of urgency, that in the ongoing repairs include also the services, whether putting up a lift or building a ramp. Finally, Madam Speaker, I wish to appeal to our children, the Gen Zs. You realize I was in they call it the eye of the storm, or I wish to appeal to them as a father, as a grandparent, and as a leader in this country, that their voices have been heard. Their voices have been heard. And let them listen to us from Parliament. We have listened to them. The ongoing strikes may no longer serve the purpose of passing the message. It will encourage hooliganism, it can encourage deaths, and it can encourage retardation in development and progress of our country. History, Madam Speaker, is awash with witnesses on alternatives that people have changed their governments. Some with good intention have brought down governments to zero, to start again, and by the time they are building their countries, it is about 50 years later, and those who brought down the system will not be there to enjoy what it comes. It is important to appreciate that today in this country, we have gone through a great transformation from post-independent leadership to where we are. We have a very responsive system. We have a constitution that opens room. There was a time, Madam Speaker, that you would not even demonstrate in this country and go home safe. You can do it in Kenya. You can even abuse and insult any leader at your own will. You talk of things that cannot be accepted in a normal society. You can see how much freedom we have. And this is a product of those who came before us and was sensitive in the transformation of government management. I wish to use this opportunity as a person who is consumer of disability assets, that we cannot encourage the country to open up to civil conflict, violence, which will maim, make others cripple, and we are doing all over again the same thing that others have done. Gen Zs, I wish to speak to you. You have the numbers. I am appealing to you. Prepare for the subsequent elections that are coming. Go and register so that during that time, translate your intention into votes that can change the direction of this country to the direction you want. That is the strength we have in this country. I, once again, as I end, Madam Speaker, I am appealing to them that they are our children. And we meant them. We meant well for them. We are us who educated them. We took them to school. We gave them the best. That is why they are able to argue. Can you listen to us for once? Stop the demonstration. With that, I support the motion. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. Member for Kiamba, Honorable John Kawanjiku.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute to this important debate that support the supplementary estimates for this financial year because of unprecedented occasions that happened within our nation whereby we were not able to see through the enactment of the finance bill, Madam Speaker. But it is good to note and also to let the Kenyans know, wherever they are, that Whatever has been happening within our nation is because of supporting and trying to make sure that we support our budget from our own revenue and also trying to gain our own sovereignty. We don't have to depend mostly on debt, mostly on grants, but making sure that we rise to the occasion of supporting our nation in terms of development, in terms of the recurrent expenditure. And we had looked into all those issues because I sit in the budget committee, Madam Speaker, by making sure that we have also been able to prepare the budget. And at the same time, on the other hand, we have prepared means and ways to raise the revenue to support the budget, Madam Speaker. On that note, tough times call for tough measures, Madam Speaker, and we had to look into it and cut quite a number of development budget so that we can be able to sustain ourselves as a country and make sure that what we can live without, we can be able to remove it from the budget, and what we can't live without, we are able to fund it and support, especially on areas that are supporting our people from the bottom of the pyramid, Madam Speaker. Majority of these issues, we had the issue of JSS, whereby we had looked into it because it supports the education sector of our country, whereby majority of our people can only be able to eliminate and to remove, poverty within our homes is only through educating our family members and fellow Kenyans, so that at least they can be able to gain their confidence and gain, certificates to take them to the next level. We were able to support the JSS education teachers by making sure that we have included, no matter how difficult it is to support them, we decided we have to cut the budget on other areas and make sure that we have money to employ the 46,000 JSS teachers so that we can support our CBC our system of education to make sure that we retain as many students in our school as much as we can. We were able also to allocate money for the coffee cherry fund, whereby we had allocated 4 billion, but because of the difficulties of raising the revenue, we deducted 1 billion from the cherry fund, but we remained with about 3 billion shillings to help our coffee farmers to maintain and to support them to continue doing the farming for the coffee. It normally have a lot of impact to our economy, Madam Speaker. Part of it is helping us generate, foreign exchange. The moment we exchange our coffee from other countries, we are able to retain and to gain foreign exchange and make sure that our shillings is stronger against the dollar, and we are able to support what we can import and what we can export, and especially on the level of exporting, of supporting our export, Madam Speaker. On the same note, we are able to retain money for coolers, milk coolers, Madam Speaker, 2 billion shillings. This will also help our farmers who are able to produce milk so that we can, contain and maintain that milk in a better form and support the milk, the farmers with milking cooler, Madam Speaker. On that also note, we are able also to maintain. We had put funds for the farmers, for the new KICC, so that every farmer can be able to have what we call minimum guarantee returns and maintain a 50 shillings sale per litre, so that farmer, when you prepare to farm, when you have your cow, depending on the number of liters that you are able to milk every day, Madam Speaker, we are able to make sure that that farmer will be able to manage and to plan his income, because he's guaranteed that this is the amount of money that he's going to be earning, Madam Speaker. And in that way, we are able to support our local farmers to make sure that we support them with the resources. We had seen a very serious gap between the farmer and the broker and the person who is selling the milk at the supermarket, Madam Speaker. 1 liter, the KICC or the other people who are buying this milk, they buy at a very low price, around 30 shillings, Madam Speaker. But when they are selling it, this 1 liter of milk into the supermarket, they are selling it at 100 and or 200, 100 and 120 shillings per liter, Madam Speaker. And with that, we realize that the farmer is not benefiting from the farming and from the work and from a lot of input he has put to make sure that he's able to produce that 1 liter of milk, Madam Speaker. So therefore, we decided we must put a minimum guarantee returns to secure the farmer and to make sure that he also able to benefit from the amount of money that the new KICC and the KCC are selling to the farmers, to the market, Madam Speaker. On the same note, We have done the school feeding program, whereby it is also very essential, even if there was a lot of politics going on between where the school feeding program is stationed. But we also thought as a committee, we cannot transfer that service to national disaster management. We took it back to the education sector because they have an overview, they have a better program, they have a better things, they have a better... They're able to know how to make sure that they distribute these foods to the people who need them. They have that infrastructure, Madam Speaker. But the moment we transfer this food feeding program to other departments that has no crew, that has no infrastructure in terms of making sure that the food gets to the people at the arid areas, Madam Speaker, we thought it was prudent. We take the money back to Ministry of Education. Then the Ministry of Education can decide what to do with that, how to distribute and to make sure that our students are able to get food, a lunch in their school, Madam Speaker. On this note, Madam Speaker, we must all agree that no matter whatever is happening within our country, we must come back to our senses and support this economy, Madam Speaker. We don't have any other Kenya. We only have one Kenya, Madam Speaker. Whatever is happening outside here, it is very demoralizing, but we need to tell our fellow Kenyans that whatever we are going to do going forward is to make sure that we manage our resources, prudently. When it comes to the issue of wastage, that the government must be able to deal with wastage conclusively. And I support the president on areas that he decided to do away with. We didn't need to have the office of the first lady, the office of the second lady. Those are the things that we can be able to deduct and to reduce in terms of the costing and support the local manufacturers. And this finance bill, Madam Speaker, because there was a lot of misinformation that was going on, the issue of making sure we support the local manufacturer must be key in this government. The issue of making sure that we protect whatever we can be able to do without importing. We must make sure we put the government money there, inject government resources there, help it to grow in terms of those industries and those infrastructures. We make sure that the government is able to support the local manufacturers so that we can protect and cushion our Kenya shillings against the dollar, and we can only be able to import the things that for sure we cannot be able to live with, and there are things that we are not producing as a country, Madam Speaker. Supporting local manufacturer is key. Making sure we deal with corruption precisely, and I have heard the president this afternoon saying that we're going to propose some amendments to the Public Procurement Act, Public Finance Management Act, and all those things, so that at least we can make sure that now we look into nitty-gritties of how the public resources are utilized. The issue of making sure, we even deducted 30 billion shillings that was to go to the counties. And we have said it today, that the Senate must be able to do its oversight role as far as the county funds are concerned. There is a lot of corruption and misuse and wastage that is happening within the counties. But they forget these are money that comes from the public, Madam Speaker. We must make sure that we bring the governors to book. We make sure that, the issue of corruption has been dealt with. Let people within 1 or 2, 3 or 4 months, the key issue of corruption, the matter to be taken to court, and then we can be able to see some actions happening of those people who are misusing public resources, Madam Speaker. We are living at tough times, but we must make sure we protect the few resources that we have, and that's what Kenyans are talking about. That is what Kenyans are saying. The little resources you have, make prudent use of it, and make sure that you deal with corruption, the root cause of corruption, as far as this government is concerned. And therefore, I rise to support the supplementary estimate too, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. And now to I don't want to say acting, but the one occupying the seat that belongs to the leader of minority.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. Madam Speaker, I just want to acknowledge that you have said the one occupying. Gen Zs have already told us to occupy. If they can occupy parliament, why can I not occupy the position of minority leader? And Madam Speaker, this is totally in order, because if you see what the men do in this house, when they have got outside there, they have negotiated with the president, and you see the men are the ones who are taking the CS positions. And I think we can sit here and watch them, and they come here and they are talking about also taking this position. In my mother tongue, we say it loika or kumingato.
Nishachukua hii imeenda. So let them look for another one. And if they want to negotiate with me, we negotiate when I am seated. And I told you in this house, bad girls, good girls never get the corner office. I'm a bad girl, I've sat here, so I'm looking for the corner office. If one day he has got that corner office, I'm taking. The very least I can do, if you agree, is to take one very close, but nothing any less than that. But having said that, Madam Speaker, I just want to say I want to thank the Gen Z for the revolution. I know many of us have diverse views about it, but I want to say that as a person who has been in this struggle for many years, there are very interesting things that happened out of it, including bringing us in a unique situation where we are actually doing a supplementary before we have actually implemented the budget. I don't think this has ever happened in the country. But I want to encourage us as members of parliament that sometimes when we have gone through the challenging parts and we feel like we're in a secure place, we forget where we have come from. Let us not forget that for the first time, Gen Zs across, there were Gen Zs who are our children, who are our grandchildren. And Madam Speaker, I raised the alarm on this floor before the 25th. And Madam Speaker, it came to pass. Because we don't listen sometimes. When we are leaders, sometimes we think we have all the answers. We don't. Because we have a generation that are experiencing life differently, and sometimes they're also experiencing the way we did, it's just that we've forgotten. We need to listen to them. Yesterday when I was meeting my cousin who was visiting me from Canada, and the daughter has whatever, she has pierced her nose. So she has a ring on her nose. And I wanted to complain and say, why do you have a ring on your nose? But before I could raise my voice, I was reminded that once upon a time I had one. I'd even forgotten that I had a ring on my nose. I was asking the person, I did? Yeah, you did. And Madam Speaker, when I saw all the scenes of the Gen Zs for the first time, I was so thrilled to just sit back and see myself from another perspective. When I was that age, I was on the street, lying on the streets with a police gun hovering over me. Why? Because at that age, even though I do appreciate all the things that they are saying, but at that age you also think that you can change the world and you must change it now. And for us who are older, we must listen to the idealism of the youth because we need it as a country. And we infuse it with our realism. And that is the only way we can take the country forward. And that is why I am happy that they forced us to bring this supplementary that is speaking to some of the things that we've been saying before. And I've been listening very carefully to some of the things these Gen Zs are saying. And they say very simple things. Like even today, we had opportunity, some of us who are members of parliament, women members, and we were in a function with some of the Gen Zs. And I carried my grandchild along, and she, very young, I didn't think she even can speak before people. And she challenged us, and she was saying, you people are telling us that we have rich children with mobile phones, and we don't understand, etc., etc. And she said, so you wanted the poor children to be the ones going there demonstrating about their poverty. I mean, they say in very simple terms, but very poignant. So do we want the poor children to be the one demonstrating about their poverty? If you can unpackage what that means, even if they are privileged. And it takes me back to this budget. That whenever we budget, we don't do a realistic budget. And so this budget, for the first time, is attempting to do a little bit of a realistic budget. The only challenge that I am facing with this budget is because we know that we're actually implementing austerity measures. But unfortunately, whenever we budget, we don't take certain principles into account. the principle of gender equity, the principle of equity, the principle of marginalization and inclusion, you know, the converse inclusion. But Madam Speaker, it's not just that we don't take it during budgeting. We also don't take that into account during budget cuts. So who do we look for? The same way that the men are dishing out these seats to themselves. In the same way when the budget comes, we start slashing things that have to do with women, that have to do with the children, that have to do with youth. And I've actually pointed it out to my budget committee. And I'm glad that our committee has listened and has returned some. But we want to encourage you men, please, listen to us. This country is not about you alone. There are other people in this country. There are women in this country. And so whether you are budgeting, whether you are doing cuts, can you look at how it impacts on women, on children, on the youth, on persons with disabilities? And Madam Speaker, it is even embarrassing, and I'm sure, I'm glad we shared it, Bishop who spoke before me, that I was in a moral dilemma as we were moving out of here. And I went to get my bag in the lounge. And Bishop, together with Honorable Museo, told me, Honorable Billy, you are leaving us here. And I looked around me, I'm like, I very quickly thought, because the groups were already coming. There were very many. And I looked around me, I'm like, okay, so where do I take them? Everybody was walking up the stairs. They are in wheelchairs. Where do you take them? So even in our own budgeting, when we are building this parliament, when we are looking at exits, where do the persons with disability go? And our budgeting never takes that into account. And that is why I hope we are not pushed into a corner only in 2024, and then in 2025, we go back to our bad manners. Let every budgeting we do look like it's a budget of crisis, because then we think of Kenyans. Because sometimes, I don't know what leadership does to us. I'm writing my book, which I call Privileged. And it's misleading because my privilege is because God enabled me to go through some challenges in life, so that I'm privileged that when I'm in a position like this, I understand. My father was a member of the regional assembly. And so I was actually a child of the privileged. And whenever we had events like Madaraka Day or public holidays, I used to be taken in front when my father was alive. And my father died in November. And in December, when I went in front, I was chased and told to go and stand in the sun. And I was like, hey, you guys don't understand. I'm the daughter of Harrison Odhiambo. They told kwenda kabisa, and I was beaten and taken back. And that has taught me that even when I'm a leader, I don't need to feel good and flaws and show off to people. What for? These things are flimsy and they are here for a moment. And the lessons that have just happened here are things to teach us that these things are for a moment. Chair, I know because of my time is up, I'll just say, let's deal with the issue of corruption and let's put money for victims who have died during these demonstrations. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Member for Soy, Honorable David Kiplagat.
Okay, thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to support, though reluctantly, the budget, the supplementary budget that has been laid, tabled, and being discussed in this House. I'm saying reluctantly so because as the representative of the people of Soy, initially when we were doing the budget, we had a lot of expectations. Part of the expectations is that within our area of jurisdiction, the main problem that we seem to be having is the last mile connectivity, which is still between 35 to 30% thereabout. And people are always on our necks I'm talking on behalf of all the Uasin Gishu members of parliament, because they expect us that the issue of last mile connectivity should be addressed. And we were very happy when at least we were looking at light at the end of the tunnel. The allocation of 14.5 billion that had been allocated for every constituency. In fact, I was talking to Jelash the other day and telling him maybe because Langata is connected to 100%, we might talk behind the 10 so that he can be able to assist me the 50 million. I took mine to 100 million. But due to what happened, which we all regret, the finance bill was withdrawn, and the revenue raising measures by government was a bit curtailed, and that one has affected the last mile connectivity. I'm calling upon the Budget and Appropriation Committee and the Energy Committee to still relook at the issue of last mile connectivity so that we can sacrifice other projects, we can sacrifice on the recurrent expenditure, and we try as much as possible to raise the 14.5 billion, which it was actually something we could take home and we could be able to discuss. But for now, I know my problem of connectivity within Soy constituency will still stand, and I am hoping that given there will be another supplementary 2 before the end of this financial year, that is something it should be considered. I had even dared that the 10 billion which have been told it has also been affected for the CDF could be transferred to last mile connectivity. For my case, I could be a very happy man. That's why I'm saying that I support, since the government has no otherwise because of what happened, but reluctantly so. Another thing that is that we need to address, I know the young generation, the Gen Zs, are raising a lot of issues on wastage, a lot of issues on accountability, a lot of issues on transparency, which is very important. But because we are the fathers of our young people, that is the Generation Z, if you hear them out, the complaint is that it seems they don't have the information as to why we are doing this. Because it is very important that we sit down and we have a conversation with the young people so that they can understand, since independence, we have been accumulating a debt, and that debt now stands to over 11 trillion that we have to pay, and it forms as a first charge. And I was telling them that we are paying around 1.1 trillion per year. And if you have counties, which I believe also should be another discussion, and I'll bring a motion to this House to even discuss the legitimacy of Council of Governors, because I know they are suing the National Assembly left, right, and center, including wanting to disband CDF, which is achieving a lot of things on the ground. So we actually need to discuss, because as currently constituted, the Council of Governors has no legal bearing, is not within our laws, and given that it has no legal framework, then that organization should be disbanded so that they don't continue disturbing us within the corridors of our courts. Having said that, I think it is important that the Budget and Appropriation Committee and also the Treasury, and I'm very happy my chairman for PAC will be who is now the nominee for the CS Treasury. The next budget he will bring to this House, we shall focus more on development. I come from an agricultural constituency, and initially in the budget estimates, we had allocated AFC, that is the credit facilities to our farmers, around 1 billion. And because we are tightening the belt, that one now is gone. We had also allocated subsidy fertilizer. We had allocated 10 billion, although the requirement is around 15 billion. But because of that, now we have about 7.5 billion because of the other necessity of milk coolers, which is very important. So we are living in a physical space that is so small that when you try to fit the requirement of this country, it becomes very complicated. But now that we have Honorable Kinamili Odhiambo having joined the government, I believe we should come back with a finance bill which we can be able to adopt so that at the end of the day, we support the government in having a balanced budget within the next 3 years. And we support, we raise enough revenue where we can be able to run our country. Otherwise, because of the physical space that is there, we remain with no any other option but to reluctantly support the supplementary budget. And I believe, and I haven't heard the chairman for budget on the issue of DORA, on the issue of CARA. I believe if we are tightening our belt, if we are reducing on CDF, if we are reducing on last mile connectivity, if we are reducing on subsidized fertilizer, if we are reducing, in fact, I was looking at the social media, there is a road that was awarded to Chinese in my area for the last, since 2018. It has not been completed, and now the people are very agitated. And because of this physical space, we might not have enough money to construct that road so that we can finish ongoing projects. So I believe in the next supplementary budget, let us focus to finish ongoing projects. Let us focus on those development projects that will bring impact to our people. And also, because we are reducing on every item, also the county allocation, I believe, should be reduced. And I propose that we need to amend the DORA, we need to amend the CARA so that we can reduce it by a further 25 billion. With those few remarks, I support the supplementary budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Member for Mombasa, Honorable Zamzam.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika, na nimengojea kwa muda lakini umefika. Mheshimiwa Spika, kwanza niweze kutoa rambirambi zangu kwa familia ya wale waliopoteza wapendwa wao wakati wa maandamano, Mheshimiwa Spika. Na Mheshimiwa Spika, Kenya ni yetu sisi sote, na bila amani Kenya hakuwezi kuwa na maendeleo, Mheshimiwa Spika. Na licha ya kuwa watoto wetu walizungumza mambo mengi na yamesikizwa, mimi nawaomba watoto wetu waweze kutulia. Kama ninavyoona katika hii bajeti, mambo yao mengi yameangaliwa na mambo ambayo yalikuwa yanawasumbua mengi yametolewa, Mheshimiwa Spika. Mheshimiwa Spika, pia nachukua fursa hii kuweza kumpongeza ndugu yangu kipenzi, ndugu yangu tunayemwenzi Simba wa Pwani, ndugu yangu Hassan Ali Joho, kuwezwa kuweka katika ule msururu ambao utakuja kupigwa msasa hapa bungeni katika kiti cha waziri wa uchumi samawati na madini, Mheshimiwa Spika. Niweze kumpongeza pia kinara wangu wa chama kuweza kumkumbatia ndugu yetu na kuweza kumweka katika wale ambao wameteuliwa, Mheshimiwa Spika. Kwetu Mombasa tunasema ni furaha kubwa, na tunajua ni mchapakazi. Na yale ambayo aliweza kufanya akiwa mbunge wa Kisauni, akiwa gavana wa Mombasa, na akiwa naibu wa waziri, ataweza kuboresha uchumi samawati na madini katika Kenya na aweze kuinua uchumi wa Kenya, Mheshimiwa Spika. Na muombea Mungu mahali popote alipo, Mwenyezi Mungu amtangulie mbele, na naomba wabunge wenzangu akija hapa bungeni tuweze kumpa support, Mheshimiwa Spika. Mheshimiwa Spika, nirudi kwenye bajeti hii ambayo imekadiriwa. Niweze kushukuru sana kamati ya bajeti ambayo imeleta haya makadirio, ambayo kwa wakati ule tuliweza kutoa ile finance bill, Mheshimiwa Spika, ambayo ilikuwa na mambo mengi mazito, Mheshimiwa Spika. niweze kuwapongeza kwa upande wa elimu. Mheshimiwa Spika, wameweza kuongeza milioni 247 katika shule ya msingi. Hii itaweza kuwezesha watoto wasome, wakae darasani, manake tulikuwa tunaona hata watoto ile desk ya kuweza kukalia. Mheshimiwa Spika, watoto walikuwa wanakosa, wanaenda kwa wazazi ili wazazi waweze kutengeza madawati kuleta darasani. Mheshimiwa Spika, lakini katika hii bajeti naona wameongezewa, na niweze kupongeza kamati ya bajeti kwa kazi nzuri ambayo wamefanya. Wameongeza pia katika shule ya sekondari. Mheshimiwa Spika, nimeona milioni 205 wameweza kuongezewa katika yale makadirio yalikuwa ya mwanzo. Mheshimiwa Spika, na sisi tunasema elimu ndio uti wa mgongo wa maendeleo ya taifa. Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa hiyo watoto wetu wengi watabaki darasani. Mheshimiwa Spika, niweze pia kupongeza kamati hii kwa sababu katika zile TVET schools na vocational training schools pia wamewekea bajeti vijana. Kwa hiyo mimi nawaomba vijana kule nje ambao walikuwa hawana ujuzi, bajeti imewekwa kwenu. Mara hii sauti zenu zimesikika na mmewekewa bajeti nzuri sana ambayo inaweza kuwasaidia, na mjitokeze muingie katika TVET na vocational trainings ili muweze kupata taaluma mbalimbali ambayo itawawezesha nyinyi kuja kupata ajira. Mheshimiwa Spika, nimeona pia katika blue economy ama uchumi samawati, kama mkazi wa Mombasa ambaye natoka sehemu ambayo ina bahari. Mheshimiwa Spika, tumeongezewa milioni 400 kwa wale katika ile factory ya Liwatoni. Mheshimiwa Spika, ambayo ni wavuvi wa samaki. Mheshimiwa Spika, ili waweze kuijenga, kuimaliza kwa sababu ilikuwa imekwama. Mimi nataka kupongeza kamati ya bajeti kuweza kutukumbuka kama watu ambao wanatoka sehemu ambazo zina bahari ama uchumi samawati. Mheshimiwa Spika, Mheshimiwa Spika, pia nimeangalia pia katika REREC wale ambao mambo ya stima kuingia katika mashinani kule. Tukiangalia sehemu pengine, kwa mfano, kuna sehemu ambazo ni sehemu za ukame, ni sehemu ambazo hazijafikiwa na maendeleo. Mheshimiwa Spika, kama kule ndani Garissa, Ganze, kule ndani. Mheshimiwa Spika, ikiwa hawa wameongezewa pesa za kuweza kufikisha huduma ya moto mpaka mashinani. Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi nachukua fursa hii kupongeza sana, ni kitu ambacho kitafanya maendeleo yafike mashinani. Mheshimiwa Spika, Mheshimiwa Spika, nimeangalia pia katika bajeti ya ofisi ya naibu wa rais imepunguzwa, japokuwa sikuridhia ilivyopunguzwa, ni kidogo, imepunguzwa milioni 100 peke yake. Mheshimiwa Spika, wakati ambapo tuliona katika bajeti iliyopita kuwa milioni 600 iliwekwa katika kuweza kurekebisha tu nyumba. Mheshimiwa Spika, ambayo ilijengwa na takriban milioni 400. Kwa hiyo ningeweza kuomba hawa kamati ya bajeti waweze pia kuangalia, wakati huu hatutaki kuangalia marekebisho ya manyumba kwa sababu Wakenya wanahangaika sana. Mheshimiwa Spika, na Wakenya wanataka kuangalia vitu vinavyopewa kipaumbele, ni vitu ambavyo vitaboresha uchumi, ni vitu ambavyo vinaweza kushika production industry, ile uchumi uweze kuinuka na ushuru uweze kupungua chini. Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa hiyo katika hiyo pia naomba wazidi kupunguza, na naona pia katika agriculture, licha ya kuwa agriculture wameongezewa ili kuweza kuleta chakula na kila kitu. Mheshimiwa Spika, lakini pia milioni 100 imetolewa katika agriculture ambayo ilikuwa ni ya Nairobi River. Tunajua huo mto huo unapeleka maji, inaenda maji sehemu kubwa sana ambayo inafanywa mpaka irrigation na mambo mengi na kusafisha. Naona hii imetolewa kule, imewekwa katika ofisi ya naibu wa rais. Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa hiyo mimi ningependa kuomba kamati husika waweze kuiregesha kule ili iweze kusaidia pale, ilikuwa na usaidizi mkubwa sana. Mheshimiwa Spika, Mheshimiwa Spika, nimeangalia pia wamefidia katika ile kitengo cha ardhi, wameweza kuongeza milioni 750, na mimi niweze kufurahi kwa sababu kuna wakazi wa Mombasa ambao walipoteza mashamba yao, wako katika wale ambao watakaoweza kufidiwa na wale wa kutoka Taita Taveta ambao ni pwani. Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa hiyo naona pesa zimeingia sehemu husika, na ndio maana mimi nataka kuambia hawa watoto wetu wa Gen Z wamefanya kazi nzuri sana, wameamsha ili bunge, wameamsha bongo za waheshimiwa, wameamsha mabongo sasa yanafanya kazi, yanaweka pesa sehemu sehemu ambazo zinakusudiwa, Mheshimiwa Spika, na mimi nataka kuwapongeza sana tena sana. Ule mwamko ulikuwa mzuri, isipokuwa wabaya waliingia ndani, lakini mpaka sasa kama wabunge tumepata funzo na bunge hili naona limeamka na limeimarika, Mheshimiwa Spika. Mheshimiwa Spika, nimeona pia walimu wetu ambao ni wa shule wa JSS, hizi shule ambazo za juzi ambazo walikuwa hawana mishahara, Mheshimiwa Spika, wameweza pia kuwekewa bajeti yao na imeongezwa. Kwa hiyo mimi nataka nipongeze kwa sababu hawa walimu wengi walikuwa wamejitolelea kufunza tu, Mheshimiwa Spika, walikuwa hawana mshahara, Mheshimiwa Spika, na wengi walikuwa wakitufuata sisi kama wabunge wakilia wakisema, Mama Zamzam, tukimbilieni kule bungeni, muhakikishe kuwa na sisi pia tunapata mshahara, tunapata pesa ambazo zinaweza kutusaidia kujimudu kiafya na tukiweza kuangalia watoto wetu wakisoma, Mheshimiwa Spika. Kwa hiyo hili la kuwapa hawa walimu wa junior secondary school mshahara, Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi nafurahi sana tena sana, manake limetoa mzigo mkubwa katika mgongo wa wananchi, Mheshimiwa Spika. Ilikuwa wazazi wakati mwingine wanachanga ili kuweza kuangalia wale walimu wa JCC, lakini sasa wamepata mgao wao na mambo yataenda shwari, Mheshimiwa Spika. Mheshimiwa Spika, ninaangalia katika hospitali kuu ya Kenyatta, Mheshimiwa Spika, matibabu katika sekta ya kansa, Mheshimiwa Spika, yamepunguzwa mgao wao, Mheshimiwa Spika. Na Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi nataka niwaambie wanakamati hapa, msingepagusa kabisa, kwa sababu wananchi wengi wanahangaika na kansa haichagui tajiri wala maskini, Mheshimiwa Spika. Kwa hiyo mimi napenda kuambia ule mgao ambao ulikuwa unaenda kwa hawa kule hospitali ya Kenyatta Hospital kwa matibabu ya kansa waweze kuregesha, kwa sababu ni mgao muhimu sana, Mheshimiwa Spika. Hakuna kitu kizuri kama afya. Mengi wamefanya vizuri, na hii supplementary budget, Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi naisupport sana tena sana, lakini naomba mahali kwa matibabu na mahali ambapo pengine kama ofisi ya naibu wa rais, Mheshimiwa Spika, malimbikizo yalikuwa ni mengi sana, wazidi kupunguza pale, Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa sababu pesa nyingi pale zilikuwa hazieleweki zaenda kufanya kazi gani. Kwa hiyo wamepunguza 100, mimi nawaomba wazidi kupunguza zaidi, lakini yote 9-10, Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi nawapongeza na naomba Kenya tuwe na amani, tuache vita. Hakuna linalowezekana kufanyika kama Kenya iko kama vile Sudani ama mataifa ambayo yanapigana. Tunataka amani katika taifa letu ili tuweze kurekebisha tukiwa katika jumba hili na turekebishe tukiwa na amani. Asante.
The Honorable Dr. James Ombura Nyikal, the MP for Seme.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to contribute to this debate. Mr. Speaker, this supplementary budget, we describe it as unique, we describe it as unprecedented, but what actually it is just a revision of the 2024-25 budget because the finance bill didn't go through. And Mr. Speaker, matters have even been made worse by the loss of revenue due to the ongoing unrest, which we hope may be addressed soon. The budget itself is actually realistic in the circumstances. It looks at areas of need that are critical and address those. It looked at areas where we can wait, like areas of construction, and monies have been removed from those. Mr. Speaker, the real question is, how did we get into a situation where our own children went to the street, agreed to be killed, and many of them have died, and all of us support them. All of us start by saying the Gen Zs are right, the Gen Zs are right, the Gen Zs have shown the way, the Gen Zs. How did we get to that situation? Mr. Speaker, all this is a culmination of the errors of omission, the errors of commission that we have committed in the past, in areas of governance, in areas of our politics, in areas of service delivery. look at education. Up to now, the university students who are reporting in September do not know what their fees are. Look at health. The shift that we are going on, all those laws have actually been declared unconstitutional or improperly passed by the courts. And therefore, all the services that were dependent of NHIF have actually suspended. The police insurance, the civil servants insurance, all these are issues that didn't come suddenly. The issues of corruption, the issues of excessive show of opulence, the issues of biased recruitment, all these are actually what have culminated in this. Mr. Speaker, some of it is due to expectations that we did not meet. And some of these expectations, we actually raised them ourselves. We raised expectations that we have not been able to meet. Mr. Speaker, in my view, as we discuss this, what we need to realize is from now on, we have to change our way of doing things. Let the interests of the people be our guiding principle. Mr. Speaker, this finance bill that actually could not go through, we knew from the beginning the people did not want it. Public participation everywhere indicated withdraw that bill. All people that actually looked at this, professional organizations, church organizations, we just didn't listen. So, Mr. Speaker, we have a situation where over the years, recently, probably have become worse, we do not attend to the needs of the people. The very sensitive areas, the most critical areas of people's lives. Look at the cost of living, the issue of fuel, the issue of housing levy. All these are things that actually the people have expressed their concern that they were hurting us. We did not take heed. Mr. Speaker, as a parliament, we represent the people. We have a duty to oversight the executive. And the people expect that the representatives they elected will protect them should we have an executive that has gone rogue or an executive that has have excesses. And Mr. Speaker, as a parliament, we did not do that. As we discuss this, Mr. Speaker, we must start to listen to the people. We must start, as a matter of urgency, Mr. Speaker, to rebuild the confidence of the people in this parliament. We are going to have vetting to do. We must really go out and listen, because the problems are not solved yet. The Gen Zs are still out there. We appeal to them, and we should. But the most important thing, it is them who are appealing to us to change our ways. The only way we can appeal to the Gen Zs is actually respond to them by changing our ways and listening to them. That is really what we need to do. Mr. Speaker, I don't think we have to think much about this. If you have been shown the way, let's follow the way. My concern, I repeat, Mr. Speaker, as I sit down, how do we start to build the confidence of the people of Kenya in this house, in parliament? If we do not do that, the people will always come out to express themselves, and it will not be always in ways that are acceptable, that are safe, that are peaceful, but they will express themselves. We must realize that in the presidential system, this house in totally oversights the executive. And therefore, it should not matter which side we are in. If something is not good for the people, it's not good for the people, and the people's expectation that this House will stop such things. With that, Mr. Speaker, I support this first supplementary, which, as I said, is basically a revision of the 24-25 budget. I support.
Honorable Alice Nganga, MP for Thika Town.
Thank you.
And members, I want to take a bit of time on our female MPs for good reasons.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise also to support Supplementary Budget 1 of 2024-2025 because though it came early, Mr. Speaker, because of the austerity measures that we are undertaking after we dropped the finance bill, Mr. Speaker, I know there are so many cuts in this budget, but we have to live with it because that is how things are. And we have to live in our means. Mr. Speaker, I know our roads are in a very pathetic situation, but from this budget, we have seen that we have reduced 14 billion for roads, meant for roads. And what I can tell the Ministry of Roads and Transport is to look at the critical, after the floods that we had 2 months ago, to look at critical roads that need to be repaired because we are not starting new projects because we don't have enough money for new projects. New projects means even going outside there to borrow, and we don't even have means even to repay the debts that we have. But out of this budget, what made me happy is the JSS interns. They are going to be employed. That one is a win for them because there were many, 46,000 in number across the country. And I can say, at least that one looks good for them because they were really looking forward to be employed. And after the drop of the finance bill, there was a possibility that they were not going to be absorbed by the government. But looking at these estimates, I've seen they have been factored in. I know before we dropped the finance bill, there was we had talked about the sanitary towels where we had said that they were going to be manufactured locally, but going forward, before the austerity measures were taken, at least they were going to be manufactured in Kenya, offering a lot of employment for our young men and women. And at least we were supposed to be buying from Kenya and we were going to build our economy. But looking at things the way they are, I can say at least we have a shortfall when it comes to our sanitary towels for our children, which is a very important issue for our young girls at school, both primary and secondary school. But because things are looking this way, and their budget has not been reduced from 940 million Kenya shillings for buying for them the sanitary towels. Another thing that was in the finance bill that was dropped, and it is not in this supplementary estimates, it is because we are going to have connectivity across the country where every constituency was to receive 50 million Kenya shillings to put power where they have never seen power since independent. But going with these estimates, that one has been reduced. Also, what has made me happy today is the feeding program for our vulnerable children in the arid areas. I'm happy for them. Without food, children cannot concentrate in school. Once they are given this money, at least they will be going to school looking forward, they are going to be fed. And me, I'm a champion for children. I like when children are given their privilege at whatever stage of their lives. They are the next leaders of this nation, as well as they will be the core component of our nation. So we need to take care of them at their small ages and small years, in their small years. Honorable Speaker, what I would want to say today is we have seen, and I also want to categorically say this, we heard our young men and women, the Gen Z, when they said we want to have a conversation. And this conversation is very healthy because they woke us from the slumberland. And they told us we need to relook into this and that. And they were doing a very good job. Out of it, we heard them and we continue hearing them. And I know as members of parliament, we'll go back home and all of us are going to have a conversation with our Gen Z so that they can tell us of how they feel and how we should run this nation. But I condemn those ones who are taking this conversation because it's a very healthy conversation that we are having right now. Those ones who are coming to hijack a conversation that was started by our young men and women, those selfish people should stop. The Gen Z meant well for this nation. They were saying we needed to take a hostility measures in this nation. They said that we should stop wastage, and they had a very, very good narrative. And the narrative was good for all of us and for this Republic of Kenya. Those ones who are taking advantage of this situation, I want to tell them that we have only one country called Kenya, and it is our motherland. If they wanted to have their own mandamano, they should stop hijacking our conversation with our young men and women. What they are doing is wrong. Rooting other people's property is very bad because people have worked very hard to acquire what they have. I'll say as a nation, as we're continuing to have conversation with our young men and women, we'll tell them, those ones who are hijacking their conversation, those ones have always been here and they have never offered solution. They are using a backdoor. They want to use our young men and women, but they are only talking, hiding in their cocoons. They don't want to come outside. And yet our young men and women, they came out, they talked, and we heard them. And you can see even fuel to what is going on in the country. They even quote Mr. Speaker. They will have a caption of something a member of parliament said, and that member of parliament has not said that. I saw in my case that I was told that I had insulted the Gen Zs. I can never do something like that. I am a mother of Gen Zs in my house, and we do hear them. But those people who don't wish as well, they are creating stories outside there so that they can hijack a conversation that themselves have failed to have. Mr. Speaker, I also say, and I'm talking to the EACC, is an institution, an independent institution in this republic. They have also failed us because those people who are found to be corrupt, they are left to be investigated by the EACC so that they can be taken to court. We usually hear of arrests, but we don't see prosecution. The debts that we are experiencing right now. Even it is going to be used in our economy, even to build roads or even to do connectivity to the electricity. So these are conversations because our Gen Zs have come out and have told us we open the conversations that are very hard to be discussed during broad daylight. We need also the Pandora Papers, when it exposed them, we had been told that we were given 21 days for it to be told whoever has money outside our country and has stashed that money, and it is doing our country no good. We need to have those tough conversations that even those even COVID-19 billionaires, these are the kind of conversation our Gen Z are saying, can we have this conversation in this country? Let us not sweep things under the carpet. And we say we don't have money, and yet there are people we know who stole from Kenya, and they have Kenyans, and they have never been prosecuted. So I am talking to our EACC. Up your game. All those people who have been caught to have taken Kenyan money, please help us to take them to court because you have been assigned that duty. as an institution by Kenyans to be arresting those people who are rooting this nation. Honorable Speaker, there are 30 billion Kenya shillings that has been cut from going to the county governments. After we finish the conversation at the national level, then we are gonna go to the county government level. Also, we check and we see how also they are spending their money, because we have seen a lot of wastage, a lot of corruption, a lot of rooting, and nobody is talking about it. Money is money, either at the national government or even at the county government. It is Kenyan money, and we all need to know what is the purpose, or what the money has, whatever intended function it was supposed to do at the county level, they follow it to the rata. Because I can tell you from where we sit and from where I come from, I can tell you there are a lot of wastage, and the programs to which they undertake are programs that cannot be audited at any level. So we need to look into this. Like I have said there earlier, this is our nation, our country, Kenya. We have had our young men and women, and they were bold enough, and they talked very loudly, and we heard them. And the conversation must continue so that we can put our Kenya where it's supposed to be. We cannot sit back and let money to be rooted. And people are told this department has been caught embezzling money from the public. Then EACC is investigating. Years down the line, we don't know exactly what happened. So if EACC can arrest here and there, then people would start fearing with misusing public funds. And that is the conversation our Gen Zs are talking about. If as the nation and as parliament we are discussing about the supplementary budget and the austerity measures that we have undertaken moving forward, then it means that every person, every Kenyan, wherever we are, we need now to stand up and speak when we see something wrong happening. We should not be quiet anymore. If there is rooting anywhere, we need to speak out. And if we don't speak out, we are going to let our young men and women down, because them they spoke and we heard them. Then what we need to do is to act and implement on what we have promised them. Implement. If we have said we are having austerity measures, this money, if it goes to the departments where they are supposed to be, either health, energy, roads, or even social protection, when that money goes there, can we spend this money to the intended purpose? Because if we don't do that, then we are going to be failing our nation and are failing our young men and women after they spoke and we heard them and the conversation is speaking. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity you have accorded me. Asante.
Honorable Dr. Joyce Osogo Bensouda, tell us what is happening in Homa Bay in addition to the budget.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. And I thank you because you are very efficient.
Kindly lift up your mic.
Oh, sorry. I normally assume that I have the mic on my throat. I want to really appreciate that you are always effective on equity, on giving members chances. I was here in the morning, and it is evening. It is past 7. You came and found me here, and you've seen it important that ladies should contribute. I thank you, and I appreciate you for that. Mr. Speaker, I rise to make my contribution on this supplementary budget 1. I want to say, Mr. Speaker, that I'm making my contributions based on observations and providing for some gaps which I think need to be looked into when we are still under this budget cycle, so as I am sure I am fully representing Homa Bay County and Kenya as a whole. Mr. Speaker, allow me first to appreciate the Gen Zs and to appreciate this House and to appreciate for the first time President Ruto for having not signed the finance bill. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that I appreciate the Gen Zs for having told us, reminded us that we must take up leadership. Mr. Speaker, I wanted to go on record before I make my contributions, which informs how progressively during this budget cycle, I will be supporting based on inclusivity of the budget in terms of projects and developments in the entire 47 counties. Mr. Speaker, we know that the agencies are scored, and I'm speaking to the agencies outside there, that Parliament must take up responsibility. It is not signing, sleeping on the benches, say aye, nay, without listening and critically analyzing. Mr. Speaker, why am I saying that? Even right now, I expect the majority leader to be seated here until the end of this debate, because we are talking on very fundamental issues. Despite us being unanswered, it is important to take on critically the verbal contribution. I expected the chairman for budget to be sitting here put. I think we should either amend that the budgets, the committees presenting issues, the majority and minority leaders, they should then speak last, so that they sit in this parliament until all the deliberations are done and we make responsive and conclusive things that are informative. Mr. Speaker, I empathize with the families who have fought hard and their friends, relatives, and children have shed blood to make Kenya reach the point that we have reached. Mr. Speaker, this informs all of us in the entire nation that leaders must be responsible, must be knowledgeable, and must be ready to listen. We listened as a parliament, and the Gen Z scored on bringing down the finance bill. I am very happy, Mr. Speaker, that technology must also be upscaled by this House, and I'm happy that I sit in the Committee for Communication, Information, and Innovation. The reason as to why some of us even sit longer here, Mr. Speaker, before contributing is because the gadgets never work. If we are not able to handle such mere things, the Gen Zs are on experts. I know we have struggled in this country. Our children have carried stones. The Gen Zs simply went technological and brought this country to a standstill. If simple gadgets cannot be managed, what are we going to manage in this House? That is my first concern. This is the 5th time I'm putting it on record that I'm consistently told your name is not reflecting on the screen. Yet on my side, I insert my card at the right time, it is blinking, it confirms that I'm in the House. We must be responsible and correct simple mistakes. Mr. Speaker, I want to note that the meeting that Honorable Millie Odhiambo was in, I was also a member, because those were issues which were touching on child rights, protection, governance, legitimacy, and campaigns, and looking into the budgets that have been put to take care of our children. Mr. Speaker, it was affirmed in that meeting by the Gen Zs who represented, which is true, that systems have collapsed in this nation. This issue of psychophancy, the issues of MPs thinking that they are the only ones who have failed this nation, we must take it up from the grassroots, Mr. Speaker. How resources are utilized, how budgets are done, how public participation is conducted in all our respective counties must be realistic and to the true cause. Mr. Speaker, on contributing to this budget, I'm informed by calling upon this House, where are we in terms of revenue generation as a country? These things must not be opaque, Mr. Speaker. They must be publicized, and they must be given ample time to inform the kind of budgets and appropriation that we need to come out with, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would also want to contribute. It is not only the case of austerity measures, the case of cutting down the current budgets, the case of cutting down development budgets. Grants do come to this country. These things must be made public with a lot of equity, a lot of public participation, and monitoring implementation of grants that come from outside. We are not crying, and we should not be persistent that we cannot keep on borrowing. We are under serious debt, yet the money that is locally collected there is no accountability. Yet, the grants that are received by this nation, there is no accountability. Yet, the oversight on checking and ascertaining that the projects are distributed equitably is not working. Yet, Mr. Speaker, at the same time, the needs of the people are not effectively taken place. We must differentiate as a house what is theory and what is practical and what affects any part of this nation. Mr. Speaker, I come to the contribution of the budget. I want to start, you asked me very well to tell you and to tell this house, what about Homa Bay? I want to talk about Homa Bay, first taking care of the women. There are markets, Mr. Speaker, that you know, the national government confirmed that they were going to build. Kona Kobodo, Rodi Kopany, Kindu Bay, just to mention a few. Mr. Speaker, I want to advocate that constructing those markets to women without solarized boreholes, without power, we need them to have solar energy so that the women can maximize the time that they spend in the market for their security and to ensure that they are maximizing on the time that they have the peaks in the sale. And to that level, I'm advocating that there are so many markets without transformers, without electricity. You cannot separate a woman with water. And so even the 10,000 liters water capacity tank that as a woman representative of Homa Bay County have tried to distribute across to the markets and to the schools of 100 in number are quite inadequate. And so I'm saying that we need an increased, we need to play around with the budget that is existing. We know that even State House funding is still left at 5 billion. I want to say that we can remove 1 billion there so that we ensure that we have solarized water, boreholes, we have power in our markets, we have the footbridges connecting the agricultural areas to the markets. So I'm really advocating that the budget committee needs to look for additional 1 billion to take care of our markets and our agricultural areas. Mr. Speaker, number 2, in as much as we are reducing and we must work with what Kenyans can afford, we cannot go beyond. Recently, we were hit hard by floods. We need water pumps in Karachuonyo, Wangchien. Families are always displaced. Are we waiting for another floods? I think, Mr. Speaker, this year, or since we got into power, we didn't get, as we got as Azimio. Let me correct that. I think this country needs true and honest spiritual legislation. The evils we have undergone in this country, I'm even worried about this budget. Shakahola deaths, the floods, the corona, no implementation, corruption. The EACC to take charge and do their work. The Senate to take charge and do their work. Let us oversight, let things be done from any perspective of any institution. Accountability must be done. When I look into this budget, we have different commissions allocated money. We have different state departments allocated the money. We must be hands-on. Gone is the time that we have the CSS standing on big vehicles campaigning. Gone is the time we have people swinging with chairs in the offices.
Thank you. Thank you. The Honorable Dr. Phyllis Barto, you know how passionate Dr. Bensouda is on national issues. Yeah.
I could have donated 1 minute. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for according me the opportunity to contribute to this budget. Mr. Speaker, extraordinary times calls for extraordinary measures, and I allowed the committee, the Budget and Appropriation Committee, for going back to the drawing board and managing to come up with a lean budget. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy as an academia, from academia, that at least the education budget still was retained at 650 billion. And it is very important, Mr. Speaker, because of the implementation of competent-based curriculum. It is at its very critical stage, such that if it is not well sourced, the effects will be felt in future. So I'm very happy that at least we have money for education. We also have intern teachers who have been in the streets. I'm happy that they are going to be employed, and all of them, not a few of them, but we'll have all the 46,000 teachers getting employed on permanent and pensionable terms. And I would encourage the Teacher Service Commission to regularize the internship procedures so that so that the courts will not declare them illegal, but they look at the policies. They look at their policies very well, so that the intern teachers are acceptable, just like any other intern in any other ministry, because internship is a very good learning process. It enables those who have just come out of class to have hands-on skills on how they are going to fit in the job market. Mr. Speaker, I'm also supporting this budget because of the feeding program. Initially, there were fears that that program was going to be scrapped, but I'm happy that it is retained. Reason is that most children or most students who are beneficiaries of this feeding program come in very vulnerable regions. And to ensure that these students are retained, or to ensure good enrollment, retention of the learners, this feeding program is going to go a long way. And Mr. Speaker, you know that education is an equalizer. I'm sure most people are where they are because they just made a choice and went to school, and that education gave them a reason to be what they are today. Mr. Speaker, what should be, what I would encourage in future, maybe in the supplementary, is that we relook at this feeding program and include every other child in Kenya. I mean, it should cover, it should be spread widely. Otherwise, at the moment, in as much as it is just for those ASAL areas, there are other regions like the urban areas where we still have people who are living in very difficult conditions. So that program should be, they should be included in the program. I'm also happy that the capacity building for farmers, we have...
Umulke, point of order, point of information. The Honorable Dr. Phyllis Bato, you want to be informed?
I stand guided.
No, do you want to be informed? She cannot inform you unless you
I don't need any information. I'm just saying what I know.
Then proceed.
Okay, thank you. Capacity building for farmers. I'm happy that at least the program on subsidized fertilizer is still ongoing. And how I would wish that this fertilizer is available to the farmers timely. For example, in Uasin Gishu, our planting season is between January and April. How I wish that this fertilizer gets to our stores as early as December, so that when the farmers harvest the maize and they sell, they're able to go and purchase, because if it is delayed, money has so many uses. Nobody can just keep money waiting for fertilizer when they need to pay school fees, when they need to meet other needs. So also for coffee and tea, and I think when a farmer is supported, it is like growing a nation. Mr. Speaker, the issue of the salaries for policemen, rightly so, which is stated in this budget, I think it is also important to consider to our armed police who do very difficult jobs. They stay late. They were, and I'm sure they felt they eat so much during the the demonstrations which have been there for the last 1.5 months, I think this is going to motivate them because they do a lot of work. They work under very difficult circumstances, but they are still on duty. So I think for me, that one is a plus. However, Mr. Speaker, when I look at the budget cut, what has been affected, the issue of infrastructure. In my constituency, we still have so many roads which are in dilapidated conditions. A case in point is even a road in a place called Seretio in Muiben, where the bridges have collapsed and students are not able to access their schools. So it is unfortunate that the budget cuts affected such very critical services. I was hoping that this financial year we had been promised tarmac road for two specific areas. Tachasis, Karandili, Chebiemit was supposed to be tarmacked, and it has been, it's a promise which has been there for the last 10 years. We have Kablogoi Birika Road, which has been there for so many years. I was hoping that this financial year we were going to see those roads tarmacked, but it is unfortunate, Mr. Speaker. I hope that in the next supplementary budget, these particular roads will be included so that the people of Moiben constituency feel also that they are part of Kenya. Mr. Speaker, we have the issue of the proposed last mile, which has just been cut. In my constituency, we are still at 35% connectivity in as much as electricity is concerned. Possibly that is why most of the agencies in my constituency were not happy, because we have very few people connected to the to electricity. We still even have schools who have not been connected to electricity. That is where inequality begins. And I wish, or I hope that in this budget, they would have considered affirmative action in some areas where we still have bad roads, we still have we don't have water, we don't have enough connectivity in electricity. So I hope, and I hope that in the next supplementary, it will be included. The case of NGCDF, where every constituency was going to get some additional funds. It is unfortunate that this is also going to be cut. If there is a fund which is felt up to the grassroots level, Mr. Speaker, is the NGCDF. It has NGAF to support my colleague member, Bensouda. That is the fund which is really felt by the people of Kenya. It has been able to give bursaries to enable students to go to school, to build schools, and so on. So I hope in the next supplementary we will look at that, because having a budget cut or not sufficiently giving enough resources to NTCDF and GAV will disadvantage so many constituencies or so many counties, especially where they are still where there is no equity, or in rural areas, Mr. Speaker. So let me stop there, and I support this budget, and I hope that it will go a long way in at least supporting the nation, even though there are so many consequences which come with this, with the failing of the finance bill to be passed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Umulker Harun, followed by the Honorable Dr. Eve Obara, MP for Kabondo Kasipul, in that order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me a chance to contribute on this issue. It's an issue that is of national interest whenever we are in the appropriations period or allocations of funds. And my current concern is that we keep allocating funds. The budgeting is never an issue. How the funds are utilized is an issue, and that is a subject that we have to address as members of the House on how to curb corruption and disbursement, which delays a lot of plans that are put in place. If I focus at the Office of Immigrations, as at yesterday, they issued a memo saying they are having a limit or putting a 10-year renewal limit on national ID cards that are issued. I got my national ID in the year 2017, but I applied for it in the year 2015, immediately after I finished high school. And I wonder, does the Immigration Office have the capacity to start a renewal process when they have failed to implement on issuing of passports timely and issuing of IDs timely? Can they take on the burden of having a renewal process when they have failed to even implement the mandate they have of issuing timely passports and timely ID cards? That's my concern, because it took me almost 3 years to get my ID. What guarantee do the people of Kenya have that their IDs will be issued in time? So I would want to caution the PS for Immigration and His Excellency Honorable Bitok that the memo issued by the ministry yesterday is out of order. It does not speak to the concerns of Kenyans, especially going by the prevailing times in our political weather. Is it even right for them to issue such statements currently when every young Kenyan is up in hands demanding for good services? Because the process is already slow. I was at Immigration's office last week Friday, and I had to call the PS himself and tell him, PS, can you help me process ABCD documents? Any other Kenyan does not have such access. So it is unfortunate that this is something they're putting out currently. I would want to caution them, and I'm even asking, that is a policy issue. It should come through the floor of the House, not that the ministry decides they're issuing a memo to put a 10-year limit. That is wrong, it is out of order, and I would want to understand the position of the ministry for taking such a stand. The second issue is on education. The biggest beneficiaries of education are young people. Myself, standing at this floor, I'm a beneficiary of education. Young people in this country are having a lot of demands in terms of school fees arrears. This is the right time when the country is asking the right questions, because the concern of Gen Zs is not out of the ordinary. It's just asking for good governance and for the systems to work for them. My question is, we have the NGCDF, which is currently appropriated, and members of parliament have a portion of it. But if we look keenly, the issue of school fees payment or bursary is not sufficient, even in the component of NGCDF. But in the same breath, we have bursaries from the county governments. County governments have money allocated every year, an average of 300 million. Multiply that by 47 counties, goes into billions. We have NGAF that has bursaries. We have NGCDF that has bursaries. We have the ministry that has bursaries. My proposal is, in the spirit of good faith, and now that we are having a conversation of national interest and the government of national unity, should we not lead from the front? And I will be told I'm a nominated member. I cannot speak on NGCDF, but I'll speak as a member of parliament with the interest of young people at heart. What if we volunteer to have consolidated funds so that school fees is paid from one docket? Then NGCDF can address every other issue so that we have free education. We already have the blueprint done by the ministry of, by the government of Kibaki. I was a child, but I know that system worked. Free education is why we are all here today. The blueprint is there. Let us implement that so that free education goes up to tertiary level. In the same breath, in the spirit of leading from the front, if we are to have budget cuts in crucial dockets, then even us as member of parliament should have budget cuts in our salaries. And that is a stand that I'm taking as a young member so that we lead from the front by examples. The issue of corruption is there because we cannot be able to oversight funds that we are, already managing. It is contradicting itself. The legislation, the oversight, the representation is what this House is there for. The Parliament has to be able to deliver for Kenyans so that we are able to speak from the same breath. Government of national unity is a welcome agenda because in functioning systems, we have seen the system of winner take all that has always existed. For the first time in the history of Kenya, we have somebody from Nyanza holding the docket of treasury. That has not happened before. That is something I welcome, because from where I sit, it is going to help even the presidential seat to rotate.
Honorable Mulker
Yes,
Arun,
yes.
the former minority leader,
The nomination.
and the current chair
Yes.
of the Public Accounts Committee
Yes.
cannot be just someone.
I did not want to quote names, Mr. Speaker, but I'm saying it is a nomination that is welcome. So that for somebody like me who comes from Northeastern, I will have the hope of running for president someday. We have seen these seats rotate in the same place. This is an agenda that I welcome. As a vision, I will not want to name names. As a vision, as somebody who holds the vision of this country, I know this will rattle feathers, but I welcome a government of national unity so that the agenda moves forward of even having a presidency that rotates, that every community in this country, or every young person dreams to become a president. This agenda, a government of national unity, is of help to us for the stability of this country and even for accountability. It does not mean that we will still be able to sit back and watch corruption happen. It means we have a chance in the table to question so that Kenyans have good governance. In the regime of Obama, let me just quote something that is a historical thing that happened. He ran for presidency against Hillary Clinton. But as soon as he won, he was able to welcome her to join his government. And that way they delivered for their people. The system of Kenya is a system of winner take all, where if one group wins, the other group with good visions are left out. As Azimio, we had a very good policy, we had a very good document, we had a very good stand to support this country. If this is brought on board, we are able to help every faction, and we're able to move from tribalism. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. And the Honorable Dr. Eve Obara.
John, thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to contribute to this motion. Mr. Speaker, from onset, let me also join my colleagues to support the revised budget, and I have a few comments to make. Mr. Speaker, this is the first time, I don't remember when this ever happened, when we were discussing supplementary budget before the actual budget has even commenced. But it is unique, and we all understand why it's coming at a backdrop of very unfortunate happenings in this country. And want to say that we send our heartfelt condolences to the families that lost their loved ones in this, on this occasion. Mr. Speaker, it is a time for reflection for this country. It's a time for reflection for us in this House as MPs. And I hope that we have all come to the realization that when we sit here, we oversight the executive, and we oversight government, the executive. We oversight, and we are not part of the executive. We are all being called MPs. I think you have seen that. And we have seen our children on the streets telling us that you are wrong. It's a lesson to all of us. Mr. Speaker, these are children that we probably still looked at as children, and yet we had taken them to the best schools, we have taken them to schools, they have gone and they have got skills and no jobs. And they have talked to us, and probably we did not listen as what has been going on. I think we have all said that. Mr. Speaker, even as we now discuss the budget, Mr. Speaker, let us remember that those children who are still in hospital, can our government have the compassion and the empathy to make sure that those who are still in hospital are paid for, that their hospital bills are paid for and cleared by the government? Can the government find a way, and we find a way in which those who died through the bullet wounds by the police, can the parents in some way be compensated? I know that we cannot replace life, but let them be compensated, and the government to reach out to them and say publicly that we are sorry. Mr. Speaker, at the same time, this is also a lesson for us as leaders to show humility as we go about our business. How comes now we don't run around with all those bodyguards and the sirens and all those beacons? It's doable and we can do it. So it is a lesson that we have learned. Going back to the budget, supplementary budget, Mr. Speaker, I have seen that our biggest problem is not revenue. Our biggest problem is expenditure. How do we spend the money? That we have been able to go back to that same budget and reduce it. I know that a lot of areas have been affected, but if we manage the resources that come in our hands as a country, I think we can make a big difference. Mr. Speaker, as a rule of thumb, can we make a ruling or come up with a policy that all old projects must be completed before we come up with the new ones? Because this has been a problem. So many pending bills, so many delayed projects because we have started other projects and forgotten about the old ones. Mr. Speaker, I have seen, and I'm happy, that we have considered the JSS. And the money and the confirmation that we had promised has come to fruition because it is in the budget. There has been a lot of pressure in our areas because of this. Secondly, I have also seen that the CBA, I'm in the Education Committee, the CBA for the teachers has been removed. I hope they will understand under what circumstances that this was removed. And we know that since they were signed, the effective date is not going to change. And eventually they will get their money in arrears. Mr. Speaker, there were issues of transformers that are going to be distributed across the country. Mr. Speaker, I hope that there's going to be equity when this is being done. Mr. Speaker, in my own area of Kabondo Kasipul, Mr. Speaker, almost 50% of the transformers that were distributed in between 2013 and 2017 are not working. And they have not been replaced. Each time they are replaced, they are not working because we seem to have bought substandard transformers. Can this be looked into? And there is equity. The feeding program, I'm happy that this has been retained and that the children in the ASAL areas and the other areas that have been included are going to get food in school. Mr. Speaker, I have seen that there is provision for milk coolers for farmers. Mr. Speaker, we have farmers, dairy farmers across the country. I hope that at the time when this is being distributed, that it will get to other constituencies or other counties like my county, which borders Nyamira, that we are going to get a milk cooler because we have dairy farmers in the region. Mr. Speaker, the other area that has been touched is on fertilizer, and I'm happy that we are going to get subsidized fertilizer. But I hope that we have learned a lesson. Those cartels who are not able to appreciate that we are an agricultural country and took the fertilizer and added some funny things in them, I hope that it will never happen because it was our embarrassment as a country, not just the Ministry of Agriculture. As a country, it was an embarrassment and it should not happen again. Mr. Speaker, the other issue that I'd want to dwell on is on the NGCDF, and I also want to add my voice to this, that this is a fund that is felt across the country, that this is a fund that demonstrates true equity because every region, every sub-county has its share of the money. Mr. Speaker, I want to correct the previous speaker who said that we manage. We don't manage the CDF, NGCDF. We oversight the NGCDF. And I would be happy if this is retained because it is the best structured fund. You cannot eat CDF money. I don't know why people don't understand that you cannot eat. There is a way in which there are structures put in place and how you can spend and what you can spend and what percentage you can spend on CDF, on bursary, on environment, on all these things. It is structured, and finally what remains for projects and how the projects are approved at the head office here. And with the support, of course, with after public participation and all those things. So CDF, let us stop this debate on CDF. Mr. Speaker, finally, on pending bills, Mr. Speaker, I would be happy if all pending bills are interrogated. We cannot have pending bills and appropriated for these projects. What happened to those funds? What happened to those monies? Those people, even if they've left service, I want that they should be called back to explain what they did with the money that was appropriated, the money that was budgeted for those projects, so that our suppliers do not suffer. Mr. Speaker, even in my own constituency, they have been reduced to beggars. Some of them have even close to committing suicide because they have not been paid from monies that they used from 2013 to 2017. They have never been paid. And I know that my county, the governor, is doing the best that she can do, but this matter must be brought to an end. And as the young people said, it is not protest against the government. They were talking about protest. It was pro-good governance protest. That's what they called it. It was not anti-government protest. It was pro-good governance protest. Let us now embrace good governance. Let us do what we are supposed to do. The Constitution is there to guide us. Let us follow it. And don't get into too many things at the same time. One at a time. Finish it before you bring another one. But of late, there were just too many at the same time. We were also confused on which one is going to get money and which one is not. Thank you very much. As I support.
That's Dr. Ivo Bara, the one in whose single head 3 degrees sit very comfortably. Honorable members, I gave priority to female members because of what we have in Article 53, not because of gender bias. But Article 53 says whatever we do, we consider the best interest of the children. And you know they have some duties to those important Kenyans. We have enough time. I want to call the Honorable Wambugu Wainaina, the MP from whose constituency we have one of the best presidents who have ruled our country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support this appropriation budget. Mr. Speaker, from the onset, we need to ask ourselves, why are we here? Mr. Speaker, our Gen Z, what they have done, they have changed this country the way we used to govern this country. Mr. Speaker, I happened to discuss with those Gen Zs. And Mr. Speaker, those Gen Z, they have a lot of information, even where we don't have. They know everything that we do, at what we are doing, at what we are intending to do. Mr. Speaker, where we are and where we are going, we are not yet offer. Because, Mr. Speaker, those people, they are watching us. They want to know what we are doing. They are still watching us, and still they want to see what we are going to implement. Mr. Speaker, when we are debating this appropriation budget, we heard that 20 million workers, 3 million, they are only employed by the the government. 17 million, they are in the informal sector. Mr. Speaker, if you go to the informal sector under our budget, those informal sector, they are the ones who are driving this economy of this country. Mr. Speaker, we want our budget committee and our finance committee to relook the informal sector side, because Mr. Speaker, if you check the informal sector, the people they are observing from the school, they are 17 million, and yet there are more coming. And we don't have, this country is not a developed country, it's a developing country. And we want those people who are leaving school to get a job. We need to invest in the informal sector where many people are going. Mr. Speaker, when we are doing our finance bill, we need to look what is supposed to be implemented so that it can accommodate everybody in the informal sector. Mr. Speaker, when we are doing the policy which will be implemented, we look on the top of the pyramid. And if you go there, you are leaving the many people who are down there, who are in the informal sector. And all our energy, we put to the big industry, we forget the light industry. All those, most of those people in the informal sector, they were in the informal sector. And those people, they are the ones in Kamukoji, they are in Kariobangi, they are in Komba. Those people, they are the ones who are in the informal sector. And those people are the ones who are being affected by this Madamano. Mr. Speaker, if you go back to about 40 years ago, Nairobi had only about 300 people. Now we are more than 5 million people who are there in the city. Now those people, Mr. Speaker, most of them, it is not because they want to stay here. They will stay here because they are educated. Their mother spent all the money to educate them. Now they are asking, when they go back there, their mother said their land, said their cows to educate them. They don't have a job, and they can see most of us, all of a sudden, our lifestyle has changed. Mr. Speaker, when those people, Gen Z, when they are seeing what we are doing and what we are changing our lifestyle, and they can be able to, they can be able to do research and see this person was staying like this, lifestyle was like this. When he got a government job, he changed lifestyle for a sudden. They get irritated, and that's why we are here. Mr. Speaker, we need to look what we can do to those people. Mr. Speaker, those people, even next year or next year to come, they are leaving school. They are coming, and we don't have job. We don't have industry. There is no research we are doing. What will happen 10 years to come? Those people will come, and there is no industry. Only what we can observe is only 3 million or 4 million the way we are going. We need to change the way we are driving our economy and think about tomorrow. Because what we do ourselves, we just do the thing that we solve that problem for that particular time. But we don't solve that problem which will come later. The biggest problem is what we are going to face from now. Those people they have seen, they can remove those people from the parliament. Then what they will do next, they will go to other offices because they have seen what they can do and they can hear them. Mr. Speaker, where we have missed a lot, those people, they don't have information, what we call budget, what we call finance bill. Because when I try to engage with them, they don't understand this money we collect from the business community. And yet, those businesses, when they close those businesses, we can't be able to collect money for them to get this money we are complaining about. So, Mr. Speaker, what we need to do, When we are appropriating when we are doing the budget, we need to have time to educate our people. Our people from the rural areas to know that this budget we are doing is to do what? Mr. Speaker, I tried to engage with those people about the budget that the president said that he is going to borrow 1 billion. And they're asking me, it's only 360 billion we are supposed to collect. And they don't understand why the president is talking about 1 billion. Because we are not engaging with those people to understand this 360 billion is additional, additional to what we are supposed to borrow. But we need to engage with those people to understand the 1 billion that the president is going to borrow. It is because we have not collected the money of the 360 billion we are supposed to collect this financial year. Saying that, Mr. Speaker, if we go to our county government, Mr. Speaker, the people who do the budget and the finance is the budget committee and the finance committee. But when they give money out there, they give an open shake. Those people, they appropriate the money, they use the money, they do anything that they want to do, but when you go there in the rural area, you can't see anything. You can't see anything you can touch on the ground, what they are doing. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I engaged with my people on the ground, and I told them the money which we are getting from the CDF, you can be able to see on the ground than the county government. And the county government, when we do the devolution, we are doing that, we are devolving FAD to go to the Mwananchi. And that FAD, it is not touching, it is not filled to the ground. Mr. Speaker, we need to change approach of those things. Mr. Speaker, from the time of independence, if you check the record here, the people who have been accused of stealing our money in this country, big people, there is no one in committee or in whatever, those prisons. But those people who are stealing chicken, they were there. But those people, they were there buying big cars, moving with buying that and everything. They were very comfortable. Mr. Speaker, even if the government, the parliament is doing their work, there is other institutions which have failed to take those people to where they're supposed to be. If we can do that, Mr. Speaker, we can change this country. And Mr. Speaker, there is somebody, one of our colleagues there said, we need to change our law where we change some of those things where those people, when you steal, when you get information, there is something wrong we have done with their ministry. You are removed from the ministry, you take somewhere aside so that other people will stop doing that. Mr. Speaker, if you see...
how many more minutes do you need to conclude that point you're making? Yeah, add him 2 minutes. I like it when we talk more on corruption.
Mr. Speaker.
I don't know why we just see police officers. We are not seeing these governors.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We are not seeing the top government officers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If you go to any meeting somewhere, you get the PS driving all the way to Mubada with his drivers and everything. And you just go there with only alone there. And they are moving their security and everything. Mr. Speaker, our money, the money we are collecting in this country, it is for good use. And when we are asking the people there, we are asking the people to give us job, not to be their masters. But when we come here, we change to be their masters. On the side of the Senate, Mr. Speaker, I would request our Senate to come up with to do their work which they were given. Mr. Speaker, if they could have done the best of their work, this country, the county government, it could be worked the way it was intended to do. But now it is not doing their work. In fact, the Senate, what they are saying, they don't have any work to do there. And that is their mandate to oversight the county government. Mr. Speaker, I urge my people, our colleague here, let us try to change the approach of those things. Let us next time, when we get our finance bill, before it is brought here, let us educate our people on the ground and tell them why we do our budget. Mr. Speaker, this country, we can change this country if 2.5% on CDF is changing the constituency and 15% on county government. It can't be seen in any county. Mr. Speaker, this is something everybody can see. 15%, 2%, it is bigger than 15%. And they were saying they want to get even the 2.5%. Mr. Speaker, this here, they got the money for sport. Go to a constituency, any constituency, the sport have died. They are not doing anything. And we used to manage this sport. Mr. Speaker, this country, we need to follow Gen Z what they are saying. I congratulate Gen Z, but I request them. Most of those small business which is here in this city, it is for Gen Zs. All those business which were destroyed is for Gen Zs. All those people who are stolen, it is Gen Zs. Please, our dear children, those Gen Zs, please, the 50% or 75% employment who are working in this city, they are Gen Zs. Please don't destroy those businesses. Let those people work, and we are going to create more businesses. And I urge the finance people and the budget people to relook the policy making. Policy making is something needed to be done. I have been in this sector for more than 50 years, and the business of informal sector is only where we can tackle many people and where you can absorb many people to get job there. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Michael Muchira, the MP for Oljororok.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I arise to support the motion for consideration of the first supplementary estimate for the financial year 2024-2025 as read by the chairperson of the Budget and Appropriation Committee. And Mr. Speaker, I would start by saying that this is a process, the report that the chairman laid here is a product of extensive consultation, which started immediately when the Treasury laid the estimates, submitted the estimates to Parliament. Mr. Speaker, we started by putting an advert where we asked the public to send their memorandums, and all the memorandums that were sent, Mr. Speaker, were considered by the Budget Committee. Some of the recommendations that were proposed by various stakeholders are in this report. Mr. Speaker, the departmental committees, of course, also interacted with the state departments, and the chairman of respective departments were able to submit to the Budget Committee. And Mr. Speaker, I would like to say that this process, of course, what the Treasury laid in these estimates was a budget cut of 146 billion. But we all know that the miscarriage of the Finance Bill 2024 created a budget hole of 344 billion. So we were also tasked as a budget committee to do further cuts so that we reduce the budget deficit. And this process involved a lot of delicate balancing, because in some instances, the Treasury had cut to the bone, where we were not able to even cut further. But we were able to do some balancing here and there. We had a situation where some sagas had zero allocation, that there's no money even for personal emoluments. That's what I mean when I say that they had cut to the bone. But through consultation with various departmental committees, we were able to do the balancing act such that we did not leave anyone stifled, that no one was, we were very careful to not leave any saga not able to operate. Mr. Speaker, it is also important to note that everybody suffered the cut. All the two levels of government suffered the cut. The county government suffered the 20 billion cut, and after this process, the committee will be reintroducing the division of revenue bill to reflect the cut. The national government suffered the cut. All the arms of the government, judiciary, parliament, and executive suffered the cut. All the sectors suffered the cut. Mr. Speaker, I would also want to say that there were some cuts in public participation projects, but the Budget Committee is alive to the fact that public participation is a constitutional requirement. And number two, we cannot conduct public participation in vain. And you cannot undo the public participation project. The only way to undo public participation project is going back to the same place you undertook the public participation and the stakeholders to undo. So we were able to push Treasury or consult with the Treasury, and the committee reinstated the public participation projects. Mr. Speaker, this supplementary budget, of course, there is no money allocated for refurbishment. There's no money allocated for any salary increment for public officers and state officers. There's no money included for recruitment, save for JSS teachers. There was a proposal to recruit police officers, but after consultation with the departmental committee and treasury, we resolved that this money be reallocated towards implementing the recommendation of National Task Force on Police Reforms, and especially in improving the welfare of our police officers. But it's important, Mr. Speaker, to say that what the budget cuts does not mean that some projects will not be implemented. What we are saying is that we just delay the implementation, maybe for a year or two, until we enhance our revenue collection. Mr. Speaker, I would want to state one of the recommendations, and these arose out of the observation that we did. There are some semi-autonomous sagas in this country who collect levies, monies, but they don't submit, that is A&A, but they don't submit to Treasury to contribute to our national kitty. The semi-autonomous sagas, Mr. Speaker, like Kenya Railways, KPA, KPC, are swimming with money. They collect a lot of money, and this money is budgeted at the board level. It never comes to Parliament for budgeting. As we are introducing these austerity measures, we are not able to scrutinize at the budget for them. So we have recommended reintroduction to introduce some changes in legal framework so that we are able to, for those sagas to submit the extra money they have to the national kitty for budgeting. If I may give an example, Mr. Speaker, like Kenya Railways, I was reading yesterday that they are introducing an executive coach where one is required to pay 12,000 from Nairobi to Mombasa. That is a VIP coach. And I was asking myself, who will pay 12,000 for a journey of 5 hours? I would prefer using a flight, which will take less hours. Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, there is a certain matter that this House will have to really think about and debate about, and this is the Senate Oversight Fund. Mr. Speaker, and I know we love our brothers in the Senate, And last financial year, this House appropriated 500 million towards the Senate Oversight Fund. There's a proposal to appropriate another 500 million this financial year. But as we do that, there are 5 or 6 factors that we will need to consider, Mr. Speaker. And number one is that you cannot run a fund without regulations. It is against the PFM Act. So as we appropriate this fund to the Senate, we shall need to have regulations to run this fund. And number two, Mr. Speaker, we need to stipulate the output. Any money you allocate must have an output. So we need to ask ourselves, when we appropriate money to committees, the output is the number of reports that we introduce in this House and such. What is the output for this fund? And number three, Mr. Speaker, this money is allocated per constituency. So the more the constituencies in a certain county, the more the senator gets. The more the constituencies, the more the senator gets. The lesser the constituencies, the lesser the senator gets. Mr. Speaker, you and I know that constituencies are not units of devolution. So it is illegal to allocate such money on the basis of constituencies. And Mr. Speaker, you know, a senator represents a specific constituency.
Honorable MP for Oljororok, you sit in budget. I want to give you a few more minutes. How many do you need?
3 minutes, Speaker.
Add in 3 minutes.
Thank you.
I want you to take beyond that direction to this thing you are calling oversight.
Yes.
Fund. Tell us what it is and if it is still in this budget.
Mr. Speaker, it's a proposed report. And as I was saying, Mr. Speaker, constituencies are not units of devolution. So allocating this fund on the basis of the constituencies account has is illegal, Mr. Speaker. And then, Mr. Speaker, you know, a senator represents a specific county. But when you come to the Senate, you don't legislate against a specific county. You legislate for all counties in Kenya. You don't oversight a specific county. You are in the Senate to protect the entire devolution. So you cannot purport to say, Senator so-and-so, go and oversight this county, while Senator so-and-so will oversight this county. So when you come to the Senate, you oversight the entire devolution. And then, Mr. Speaker, we do appropriate money to committees in the Senate to do the oversight. We appropriate money to CPAC. We appropriate money to Committee on Devolution. We appropriate money to all the committees. So when, again, we appropriate money to oversight fund, that amounts to double allocation. And finally, Mr. Speaker, we need to define what is oversight. Senate seems to be confusing oversight and supervising. Because when you oversighting, you don't overreach. It's like they are saying you are going to the constituencies if a road is to the county if a road is being done to literally supervise that a road is being done. That amounts to overreach. So, Mr. Speaker, we really need to think so that we don't introduce an illegality. This House, and I believe there's still room to amend this report. There's still room to amend the Appropriation Act so that this amount is not appropriated until this House is convinced that we need an oversight fund and we have regulations to run that fund. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Michura, you know, senators are members of parliament.
Yes.
And they are already paid salary to perform their roles, which is oversight, representation, and legislation. So I'm shocked you are saying as a member of the budget committee, you still left that budget line. When the president is crying, we help him to get money. That budget line going by the mood in the country and doing what is right for the country, identify and delete the whole of it completely. That is the suggestion I would give you. There is nothing to save on it. It will be double salary.
Thank you, Mr.
It will be
Speaker.
double salary, and even if it were to benefit members of parliament in the National Assembly also, it should not still be saved. I think we need to be serious in the manner you've addressed the House. I thank you very much as a member of Budget and Appropriations Committee. I hope a member of Parliament will pick it and delete it out completely. We should not be wasting money when our leader, the President, is crying for money to run this country forward. The Honorable Thuku Kwenya.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me start by just giving my observation as to how fast the President has become our President. Within a very short time, everybody is happy that he is our President. And
you can't say that, Honorable Thuku Kwenya.
Mr. Speaker.
And more so to a constitutional lawyer like your Speaker. We have only one President in Kenya, and we've always had one. Always.
Indeed.
And it's only one this time.
Indeed, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah,
I am in agreement. I'm well guided. Mr. Speaker, I believe I can put it better than my colleague, the Member of Parliament for Jorok, has put it, that indeed Senate does not need at all the Senate Oversight Fund. Will be duplicating, will be robbing Kenyans by giving senators that money because they're already on payroll and their business is not to supervise, but to oversight. Mr. Speaker, we are faced by a monster that has not happened, something that has not happened before. A situation whereby we are revising, because I don't want to believe that this is purely a supplementary budget. Not supplementary budget because it does not fit in the interpretation of Article 223, whereby supplementary budget addresses expenses that have been incurred that were not foreseen at the time of budget making. Mr. Speaker, we need to have a conversation as a House, because from where I sit, I believe that we've placed the cart before the horse. The reason as to where we are in this current predicament, it is because in terms of procedures of this House, I do not know whether the framers of the procedure wanted to pass a certain mischief whereby finance bill comes after we have done the budget and appropriated the same. We cannot appropriate what we do not have. If indeed we are sincere with ourselves, we will not be where we are today, because I believe finance bill should be the first one to be addressed, so that then we know for sure we are within these limits, and therefore we can pass budget, so that then we appropriate monies that we are sure of. Ordinarily, Mr. Speaker, before budget is done, there's medium-term revenue strategy, there is medium-term debt strategy, and therefore we are able to see where we will be in terms of revenue and public debt, Mr. Speaker. But it is saddening that we have to pass budget and then pass finance bill, say this is the much that we want to spend and we appropriate, and then come back to say this is where we want to get the money from. If things were done in reverse order, we would not be here, because finance bill would have been dropped by the President, and would have appropriated money based on last year's finance bill. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, as a House, we need to have a conversation as to whether this trend should continue. And I know where we are coming from. Finance bill has been used as a bait, because I remember when the chair budget moved budgets and appropriations of this financial year, everybody was very happy. I remember there was foot thumping and adoration in this House, people appreciating what a beautiful budget it was, whereby every constituency would get an additional 50 million for CDF, additional 50 million for electricity. There was money for JSS. There was money for mopping up excess milk in the market, so that then we cushioned farmers from losses. There was money for coffee cherry fund and all. And therefore, it was a beautiful budget. And everybody out there was full of hope. That as a country, we are moving, and really this would be the year of boom, you know. But unfortunately, something we had not told Kenyans as to where we would get the monies. And Mr. Speaker, issues to do with fiscal policy are not easy, because now you're setting the pace for taxation, and it has to be consistent in terms of fiscal discipline, because you don't want to keep on changing goalposts. And Mr. Speaker, I still believe that as a country, we have lost big time. We have lost an opportunity to recover a whole 400 billion that is taken over every financial year by cartels who keep on claiming tax refunds in terms of zero-rated commodities that are in the market, and of course that were zero-rated by this House. We have lost an opportunity to legislate so that then, instead of even taxing more, we would have a whole 400 billion in our hands, just to appropriate and do the things that now we are cutting, the many things that the speaker who spoke ahead of me has enumerated. 400 billion that is going to waste. And I think as much as we have lost in finance bill, we need to be bold enough so that then we get the bull by its horns and make sure that this money is not claimed. And this House has every ability and capability to fleece. Make sure that there's not going to be any tax refunds to this tune that cannot be accounted for. And if there need be for forensic audit as to where this money is taken, then so be it, so that then we save our people from this kind of losses. We know this money goes to some claimants who are milk manufacturers, who, they're in milk industry, bread and all. And actually, a lot of noise that we hear is amplified by these cartels. And as a House, it is incumbent upon us now to do what we need to do and stop these cartels. Mr. Speaker, I have taken keen interest to look at this appropriation. And I must say that I'm disappointed to some extent, and especially to do with infrastructural allocation that is on roads, because 50 billion that is allocated for this financial year is not even close to what a few contractors needs to be paid so that then they can go back to site. I'll give a case study of my constituency. We are told that in politics you have to think globally, but act locally, because at the end of the day, we represent people at the grassroots. A road in my constituency called Dunyunjeru Geta. That road has been launched by 2 presidents. 2 contractors have come and left because they are not paid. The current contractor is owed to the tune of 7 billion because he has other roads. And there's no single allocation. That road cannot be built using Kera money, the 22% and the 10% that we get, because the road is contracted. And therefore, our people are suffering big time, and there's nothing that can be done. I believe we have to be deliberate on this matter, Mr. Speaker. Decide which programs are we going to fund, which programs are we going to deprive funding this financial year and maybe next financial year, and deal with all the pending projects, so that then we complete them and get value for money. Because for those roads that have been started and have been abandoned, going back to site will mean that then we have to restart all afresh. And of course, that means then that we're going to lose a lot of money. Mr. Speaker, on the issue of infrastructural funding, we need to rethink so that then we do not start any new project until we're done with the projects that are ongoing. Mr. Speaker, our budget has a huge hole whereby we have to borrow. And this borrowing has sunk this country. We are almost getting to abyss, very deep hole. And Mr. Speaker, As much as we are happy that the last financial year we were able to bring down our debt stock from 11.5 trillion to 10.5 trillion, that did not happen because we paid. It happened because the exchange rate worked in our favor, and therefore our shilling held. Going forward, Mr. Speaker, we must rethink our borrowing strategy. We have had a conversation of having a treasury single account, so that then all our monies that are lying in commercial banks should be held in central bank in single treasury account, so that then the government does not borrow its own money. At one point, I got shocked. We are talking of
in 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for your magnanimity. So I was saying, Mr. Speaker, you find that we have so much money, and I actually was talking about the housing levy. There is a proposal that money be invested in treasury bonds. So I asked, who is going to pay interest on its own money? You know, it's government saying that we are going to pay to pay interest on our own money. It doesn't make sense, Mr. Speaker. We do not need to go borrow money when we have money that is in account called housing levy. What we are supposed to do is to change the law, so that then if you need to expand housing levy to be an infrastructural levy, then so be it, because this is government's money at the end of the day. We are broke, yet we have some money in some pocket, and we are happy to go and borrow money from China, from other places when we have our own money. Mr. Speaker, I do not want to belabor to support this supplementary budget, but we need to rethink, so that then we don't find ourselves in this kind of predicament again. Finance bill must come before budget is presented to this House, because it cannot be that we are placing the cart before the horse. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable John Kiragu, MP for Limuru constituency.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. First, I would like to stand to support this supplementary one motion. And as I stand, I honestly know how hard it has been for the committee, and I see the chair is here, for them to work on this supplementary and trying to balance it out, and also taking into consideration the austerity measures that have been brought before us. But we know why we are here, Mr. Speaker. Our young people talked, they raised the issues, and they have brought certain issues that are very important to all of us. One, that is important for us to live within our means, that we must have better governance, have more transparency in the way we do our businesses, and above all, they have been calling for hope for their future. Mr. Speaker, I look at myself when I was at the age, and I remember being involved in a multi-party democracy and doing the protest then, and even for the change of our constitution in 2010. And there's nothing wrong for a generation to create their space. Mr. Speaker, the only problem here is that at this time in our economy, we are a country that is faced with very serious issues. And I know the protests that have been there, like yesterday, our airport not operating properly, our businesses not running properly in this country, is taking this country even further down. But we are here as a House to give hope to this nation and to set the right footings for developing this nation. I know from my engineering point of view, I would not want to repeat what has been said here. But I want to say this. if we do not create employment in this country, we have no hope for our youth. There are people or certain institutions in this country that they think is so important and fashionable to get things from outside the country. Not to try to invest in doing business in this country. We have created work for China and many other countries. We are taking care of their youth, and here our youth who have gone to universities and have been trained in certain skills, they are people who do juakali things, moving around selling things that have been imported. And sometimes you ask yourself, really, did somebody have to go to university to be somebody selling some tools even along Uhuru Highway, just across the parliament? We have to have an answer for our youth. We know that this country had started a path for manufacturing things in this country. We had the companies that were run down who were making textiles. And me, when I was a young person, I was trained in Mumia Sugar. And Mr. Speaker, what is amazing, the person who actually interviewed for me to join Mumia Sugar as a trainee after Form 6 was somebody from Nyanza. And when he was doing those interviews, he didn't care where I came from, but he was looking for the right person. How I wish that we do the same for our youth, that they don't need to know somebody. They don't need to come from a certain community for them to be engaged, particularly in government business. We need to be people who have a level playing ground where everybody has an opportunity. And I am happy when I hear that we are spending money on education because that's the main equalizer. And we must make sure that anybody who has what it takes, irrespective of where he comes from, he has a chance. Mr. Speaker, a lot has been talked about stored projects. And I cannot forget like the sugar sector. I know most of the sugar sector, although people talk about the cane and the growing of cane, one of the biggest problems has been the lack of proper maintenance of those industries. They have no capacity to make spare parts for themselves, and to get spare parts from outside the country is a big cost, and our production cannot be competitive. The same can be said about how we do other businesses, like construction of roads, buildings. We have to make sure that doing business in Kenya is cheap and is competitive by making sure that we do not bring corruption element in the business, whether it's in the material supply, material production, doing labor. We must make sure that even whenever we are doing something, including this parliament, we must make sure that even when we are doing renovations in this parliament, it must be seen to be competitive, it must be seen to be having value for money. I know, and I'm a very worried person, knowing how much of roads we have done for the last 7-10 years. Mr. Speaker, these roads that have been done, they are due for major recarpeting. If we cannot take care of these assets, in another 3-4 years, we will have no roads. They will have gone. As we speak, the road between Nairobi from ABC up to Rironi in Limuru, you cannot see even a bridge for passengers to cross because it's a stored project. It was left without even creating where passengers can cross over from one side to the other. Even it is not complete because it doesn't have service roads. We know that we are in a problem. And how I wish as a house, we can find solution to how we can raise more money. I know people have said the informal sector, maybe we may not need to touch it, but we must find a way of making sure that everybody contributes to the kitty. Because if we don't do that, the retro amount that we are getting from people who are in the formal sector will never be enough. But I know this government has to make a decision of which is parastatals of government companies that they need to retain. And I can give an example. We have a company, NMC, which is a joint company of Kenya Railways, University, and I don't know who else. This company was started in railways, and I know I was involved in starting it. The NMC, as you call it, it was not NMC, it was Nyayo Motor Corporation. But then we could not launch a government company to do the cars. And then we had to give it a name, Numerical Machining Complex. My question is, such a company cannot sustain itself. It should be a part of the bigger Kenya Railway Central Workshops. And if we have to privatize, then we should amalgamate the two units so that it becomes viable for anybody to take over, or even from an operational point of view. Because there's no point of hanging on some of these institutions which actually depend on the exchequer for survival, because they were meant to stand on themselves. Mr. Speaker, I only pray that this country should be a country that has
Engineer, you are looking at me like you are at a funeral. What do I do?
To finish this, I wanted to say, we must be a country that will have to sacrifice. We have to limit the amount of luxuries that we have gotten into. We are not yet there. Yet we try to live like we are in the first world. We are not. And I believe if we could trim down to what we can afford, what we can sustain, it will be good for this country, because we can grow an economy that can support the future of this country. Thank you. And I support.
The Honorable Paul Biego, MP for Chesume.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to add my voice on this issue of supplementary. And on the onset, I rise to support the report of the Budget Committee. However, as I sit here, I've made some notes because I'm wondering how much we have also lost in the process, and as much as how I congratulate the committee for having maintained some very important projects, and I must commend them for the issue of intern teachers. Of course, we had made as a government an undertaking and a promise that we are going to take in the intern teachers, the 46,000 and the 20 new ones. And I really support this report because managed to at least still get the 17.9 billion to be able to employ those intern teachers. I'm also happy about the fact that the feeding program for our children was maintained, because we know for sure if we don't take care of our children, especially in pertaining food, then we could get into a problem. So I really thank the committee that they managed to save the program for feeding. And me coming from an agricultural area, I still say thank you so much, because we were worried that the issue of subsidized fertilizer, if it was not considered, then what would happen is that our farmers would suffer big time. And of course, last season and that season, we had a bumper harvest, at least thanks to the subsidized program, but at least ensured and made us buy fertilizers at 2,500. So for the 7.5 billion which has been allocated for subsidized fertilizer, I must say thank you so much. That is why I'm supporting this budget. Of course, coming from an agricultural constituency, there is the issue of the KCC milk factories, which was given a little allocation of 500 million. And again, the new KCC milk mop-up, the 1.5 billion, which at least was allocated to farmers, it's a big gain to the farmers, not forgetting the money that was allocated to the sugar, for the sugar reforms. So I believe that there are some actually good things that we have still got in the budget, but unfortunately, again, it's unfortunate that we are all bearing the weight of the hard decisions brought by the failure of the bill, of the financial bill. This has called for more austerity measures and drastic budget cuts, like the way and what we are going, what we are seeing right now. And unfortunately, also these cuts are on critical areas, and I think it will definitely harm the economy, because most hit areas include transport, agriculture, education, and health. And we know, of course, that forms the backbone of this country's economy. Mr. Speaker, I don't know who to blame, because while we were receiving the first and passed the first budget, everybody was happy and was smiling. And it's actually quite unfortunate, though we have heard, of course, what the Gen Z's concerns were, the issue of accountability, the issue of corruption, which is key. But at the same time, I don't know who to blame, because the bill was killed as a result of inadequate civil education, which paved way for negative marketing. And that's why I, being a member of the Finance Committee, having taken into consideration all what the stakeholders gave us, we actually, all the contentious issues had been dropped. But nevertheless, I know for sure that one of the members of the Budget Committee has just said that maybe this will be done at a later stage, after a year or two or some time. And I really would applaud the chair of the budget, at least. As me as a first-timer MP, we were really very happy about the issue of each constituency receiving 50 million on electricity. I come from an area, especially my constituency, Chesume in Nandi County, where electricity connectivity is below 30%. And apart from the last mile connectivities, which we are now seeing, and the people are really appreciating, we had actually gone round telling them that each constituency is going to get 50 million. It's quite unfortunate that that is no more for now, because there's a 10 billion that has been slashed in this budget. I hear many of my colleagues saying that, well, this budget, as it is right now, the other one was a bit bloated, but to me, it's like we have shrinked this budget so that it fits the money we have. That doesn't mean that we are not going to suffer. Like the universal health cover, Mr. Speaker, which many Kenyans and all Kenyans would have actually benefited from. The people who are on employment have insurance covers, whereas the entire country does not have covers. So now, people would not be doing harambes for issues to do with the medical or the hospital bills. But for now, that one also, we suffered a lot. And one member has also talked about the stalled roads. To me now, I also come from a constituency where there are stalled roads, and I was really very happy because part of the money which had earlier been allocated for stalled projects, I would be a beneficiary, or my constituency would be a beneficiary on two major roads, a road called Danger Chemuswa, which even people are on record for going on strike, and a road and alert to Lesos and to Keses. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, that road of Danger Chemuswa had even been launched by the former president and the current president while he was deputy. And now the fate of that road, I don't know what we can actually tell the constituents, because we had promised them that we'll fix it. Job opportunities, as the Gen Zs and everybody really advocate for job opportunities, I was seeing an opportunity that we would create a lot of jobs as a result of the local factories, because initially what had happened is that taxation had been levied on the finished products, the importation. And if that had happened, actually the local manufacturers would have a lot of market for their products, and our people would get, and the youth would really get a lot of jobs. And I hope that one day, one time, we can be able to create those jobs for the youth, because we would have actually been promoting growth for the local industries. Of course, one other dangerous thing that we have lost is the CDA, which the teachers were promised. And we just call upon the teachers, as at that time, they should be able to be patient and understand the situation. Otherwise, that can also spur a lot of problems. The other areas, Mr. Speaker, that I know it was a very difficult thing, or a difficult balance for the budget committee, because the judiciary had also given us a lot of hopes that at least they will be finishing cases on time. But now we've also seen some cuts on the judiciary, and also in the wildlife department, around 1.92 billion. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, I would like also to add a bit of my voice on the issue of senators, that I would actually advise and encourage the senators to actually be having a conversation on how they should be devoted.
Honorable Samuel Moroto, the MP for Kapenguria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think next time you did well when you considered about our ladies who are here. You also come to consider the ranking and age. Usually ranking goes with the age. But I really loved the way members were contributing here. This is now a living house. Sometimes back it used to be a talking house, where you just talk, and leave it there. But we need to go more, as some members suggested here. I think we have a committee on implementation. We need to empower this committee. These are the committee who are supposed, because I one time served that committee. They are to be given power to go around and see what we pass here. Is it done well, or there are some shortcomings, so that they can come and report back to this place until we do an action about it. Mr. Speaker, I want to sincerely thank this Committee of Budget and Appropriation, which I'm also a member. The leadership in that, where we have the chairman is here and the vice. The vice is just a lady from a minority community in this Kenya, but she's doing very well. And the chair is a young man. I think if we get leaders like this one here, and then I personally, because I've been here for some time, the Kenya we want will be realized through this, the kind of young men we have here. He's not pushing his members left and right. He always listens. And that's why some of us are praying for him. In the future, we might, the current president started like that. And we supported him. Even the former prime minister, who some of us, especially the ASAL areas, those areas which were ignored from 1965 by sessional paper number 10, is only the constitution of 2010, where Raila was the one leading, that produced the equalization fund, that managed to bring those people who are like me, where I come from. When you hear people talking of cat wrestling, it is not a culture the way people say. It's the lack of resources. When you get you with your children, and the children are hungry and crying the whole night, you have to go to the neighbors. Because the neighbor cannot give you easily. You pick it, come give the food to these children here. When they are happy, the other one of my neighbor, when they cry, they also come to me. But if government can do like the way we are now doing, I want also to thank even the late President Kibaki. That's why we started with this. He gave us the CDF. I was there in 8th Parliament and the 9th Parliament. That's what now 9th Parliament is when we were given by Kibaki. We started with only 6 million. But if you go with the 6 million, compare with the nation, whatever was remaining in the national level, the 6 million did wonderful things on the ground. And that's why even the average you are getting for the CDF compared to the county and the national government. You find this little one here getting something and people appreciate it. Like us there, we used personal island under a tree. And then the wind was carrying away all the time our blackboard and books. But now we have classes. Our children are not now under a tree because of these resources through the CDF and also the equalization that they were brought. Although there was a kind of mixture, we were wondering why. Because the Constitution talks of 14 counties of equalization for only 20 years. But now we have 34 counties. I don't know where these others came from. But because we are Kenyans, we say, yes, let us go together. Maybe there were some areas which were left also. And then we thought it was only us, the other side. So that's why we always appreciate. I was a teacher and a unionist. We've gone round. We saw some areas, even some where you thought the teachers were doing well. We had to come and request for hardship allowances, even in a central here, where people think central is developed by more than other areas. They are poor areas. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to sincerely thank and say, if we go with this spirit, where we come together and discuss together, and we get also leaders who have hearts, like the way Raila gave, although he went through hell to get even through, to pass even the Constitution. It was not a joke. Even we get people like Kibaki, who came in. I remember, Mr. Speaker, I took him to my place. We took him, and not me alone, with the leaders from the leadership of West Pokot. We went there to a place called Alale, a secondary school called Amokriat. When we reached, the guy was almost crying. And he told us, why did you bring me here? Because he saw the level and the situation. People are still wearing the court clothes in the skin. He compared with where he came from. Then he said, no. But it kept quiet. As a leader, he kept quiet. We finished. We came all the way to Jomo Kenyatta Airport. He told his people, bring those leaders from West Pokot to the State House. He ordered from there to get a bus to this secondary school called Amaguriat by himself. Where could you get leaders like that? Mr. Speaker, that's what just my prayer. Now we have the government of national unity. I think we need to minimize now the noise we had. I remember in 2005, we had the same government of national unity, and I benefited. It was now after Moi, it was during the Kibaki time. And he appointed me to Home Affairs. We worked. We were in a Kano opposition, like the way we have now our friends, the other side. By then, we used to have opposition, the real opposition, and real government. But now, where we are talking of minority and majority, but we are Kenyans. In fact, somebody was asking me when I was in my constituency the other day, now if we get people from the other, I told them these are Kenyans and professionals. Like now we get Mbadi. We used to be with him in this budget and appropriation last time. He was contributing very well and he understands. I don't know when he goes to that place, he do better than others. In fact, that is my prayer that as we are all Kenyans, we will move together and everything will go well. Mr. Speaker, I just want to thank everybody here, especially those who have been contributing. I followed at this, if we can have kind of leaders, like even the ladies, they were talking here. Yeah? That's why I don't want to say much because of time, maybe to give other nafasi, because I've said I want to sincerely thank you also, because even yesterday, the way you talked here, it has beared fruits. You are like a prophet, you said, and we saw things coming. Okay, thank you very much, and I support.
The Honorable Julius Meli, because of rank, MP for Tinderet and Chair, Departmental Committee on Education.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support this supplementary bill, and this is a very important bill that comes at a time when we are going through very serious economic and social problems facing our country. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the chair of Budget and Appropriation Committee, who was actually when goes...
Well, Julius Meli, I'm reminded by the system of parliament that as chair of Education Committee, you have 15 minutes to speak to this.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I actually have a lot of issues to put across. First and foremost, Mr. Speaker, we are having this supplementary budget at an unprecedented time. It is a time when, first of all, the appropriation, the finance bill of 2024-25 was actually constitutionally returned to this House, or actually it was rejected. And now the House has to reconsider the appropriation bill 2024 so that it can be able to match the tax regimes of 2023-2024. Mr. Speaker, I want to laud the Finance and Appropriation Committee for having actually done the compilation of all this, and the various chairs of committees of Parliament, and more specifically, the departmental committees, who actually went down, Mr. Speaker, to look at each and every aspect of look at every change that was actually brought into this particular supplementary. The changes were occasioned by, first of all, a reduction because the taxes that were actually removed, and most of these taxes that were actually removed were amounting to about 300 billion shillings. In effect, this was going to affect how the appropriations were going to be undertaken across the country. But I want to point out that, one, that as much as the the issues that were raised by the Gen Zs, let me say that, were actually affecting the general populace. We also need to know that each and every item that is before us has to be scrutinized to make sure that it is for the public good. Mr. Speaker, if I look at this, let me just go straight away to some issues that are affecting farmers. I want to say that farmers, more specifically coffee. I come from a region where coffee is actually one of the mainstay, and the government has given in about 2 billion shillings for coffee cherry fund. And this is going to assist the farmers a lot to make sure that they are able to pick their coffee, they are able to get advances, they are able to get fertilizer in their farms, and therefore it will actually increase production. The other crop which is actually very important is the sugar, which I've seen the government has given 1 billion shillings for sugar reforms. In this particular sector, in my constituency, almost 70% are actually sugarcane farmers. Mr. Speaker, these farmers are actually having a lot of issues with their factories, Chemelil, Muhoroni, up to Miwani, where they are owed hundreds of millions of shillings, all the way to Mumias and other factories in western part. So, Mr. Speaker, by looking at agriculture alone, the government has actually decided to make sure that as much as we are actually having issues on raising revenues, they have actually gone down to make sure that we have enough resources to promote tea, to promote coffee, to promote sugar, and on the other hand is on industrialization. And I think in this sector, I want to say that the Chair Budget and Appropriation Committee and the member for Limuru has just put it very clear. We need to create jobs for Kenyans. We don't need to make Kenya a market for other countries and therefore enable other economies to create jobs in their countries and therefore make us a net importer of everything. It was in this house, in the last parliament, Honorable Speaker, that we actually complained a lot that our country is actually becoming a dumping site for well-developed countries. Every other item, the worst of all is a matchbox, a toothpick, and all these things should not be imported. This is exactly what we need to do so that we can allow the young people to be able to generate income by actually starting cottage industries. Where the developed world is today is exactly where we are. If we are not going to have policies that are going to promote industrialization, policies that are going to promote on consumption, 56 million or 50 million people is a big market, which we can actually use it to our advantage. But if we are going to turn our market, our population into market for others, and it's very sad at times in this region, in the 60s and 70s, Kenya was actually the industrial hub of East and Central Africa. As we talk right now, we've seen our neighbors bring a lot of things into this country, and they're selling from Uganda, from Tanzania, from all these. We know we are promoting the East African community, but at the same time, we need to be cognizant of the need to make sure that Kenyans have jobs and even the income. And another issue that I want to really make it very clear and is issues that affect the education sector. The education sector is actually a social department. We don't need to get profits. What we need to do is to ensure that we fund this sector to make sure that the learners are not at home. A skilled labor force for this country and the region shall be realized through a proper education system. A skilled labor force for the other parts of the world. Kenyans are renowned in the ICT, in the IT sector. Kenya are renowned in the engineering field. Kenyans are renowned in many sectors. If we are not going to fund the education sector, and more specifically I want to say this, the university education is very key. Basic education by the Constitution is a basic right. And the Constitution has made it very clear that it is free and compulsory, should be given by the state. But there are certain issues that are missing in this particular budget, in this appropriation bill, that I really want to ask the budget and the chair budget to listen very keenly. There is no better provider of education than the teacher. The teacher needs to be given proper medical allowance. He needs to be given the CBA that had been signed. And furthermore, that particular student who is in class should get the requisite capitation so that the teacher can be able to buy the necessary teaching, learning equipment for the school. He could be able to pay the workers. He could be able to have the BOM teachers and many other things. So I know we have certain deficits, which this sector requires a lot. And I've talked to the chair of the Budget and Appropriation Committee that needs to be addressed immediately. There are certain contracts that has been entered into. For example, the CBA by the unions. That small deficit needs to be plugged in. There is that deficit on medical insurance. And I told the chair you need to plug in on that.
Honorable Paul Meli, you
Julius
have
Meli.
15 minutes so that you tell us the deficits. That is why we are honored to have the chair of Budget Committee.
Yes, and I want to say I'm glad.
Just before you came, members were already identifying some areas where we could get for you those deficits for the education sector.
Thank you. Yes. So that's why, Honorable Chair, I'm just trying to pinpoint those areas so that as we reach at the Ways and Means Committee, or at the third reading, when now we are proposing amendments, I'm just alerting the chair that there are certain sectors that we do not want to wait. Because already we have commitment, especially on those on the CBA, on the medical cover. We also have government students in private universities. There are about 67,000 students in private universities who require about 1.5 billion shillings. These are Kenyans who are in those private universities, and I know as a policy now, we do not have, we are no longer admitting government-sponsored students in public universities. These are the students that are in third and fourth and fifth year. So the government has an obligation to make sure that they are paid, their monies are remitted. Mr. Speaker, we have also the issue of the new funding formula. I want to laud the government and I want to thank that they have given resources. But still, we still have some money that we need to plug in the same. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that as we look at this supplementary budget, issues on technical education is very key. And majority of Kenyans, the Form 4 leavers, we need to engage them, not to be idle. We need plumbers, we need technicians, we need electricians, we need all these people. They will be tooled well or retooled well by the TVETs institutions that we have in this country. And we have a government policy that was in the Vision 2030, that every constituency should have a technical vocational training center. And as we speak now, we still have 52 constituencies without TVETs. I want to tell this House that it is important that every constituency have a well-established TVET with good enough trainers, with facilities, with machinery, and all this will ensure that students in those particular constituencies will be able to attend a TVET within their constituency. And in so doing, we are not going to have a country where we are going to be always seeking for employment. We want a country where people are going to be job creators. It is from this TVET that we are going now to have the young men to be able to be mechanics, to be builders, to be electricians, and all this is going to save the government the headache of trying to get employment for each one. Because in our constituencies, I want to say this, we have the carer projects. These young men, if they register their companies after TVET, they'll be contractors. We are building classrooms. And in those particular classrooms, these young men from TVET are going to be the contractors. They will be electricians from this particular area. So in effect, by not funding the TVET subsector, it will has a spiral effect on the overall socio-economic and political effect for this country. So what we are actually doing, Mr. Speaker, it is important that we realize that failure to touch one area will have ramification across the sector. We also have this issue, which is very important, Mr. Speaker, that I know the government has very clear policies on how to fight corruption. It is important. And I want to say this, that even the chair has just been pointed out that areas that are not necessary, areas that are not important, should not be funded. And on top of that, we need to reduce excesses, largesse in government sector, so that we are going to run a lean government, a lean sector. And by so doing, we should also make sure that the auditing firms are actually made to make sure that the various government offices are accountable. The Office of Auditor General, I know. And in fact, as a good manager, every good manager should embrace that particular Office of Auditor General, because it is giving them alternatives, it is pointing out, it is going to give red flags on areas where the excesses are, areas where there is poor accountability and all that. So in effect, what I'm saying is this. These are very important supplementary, and I want to say that the chair and the committee did a very good job. And as a Committee of Education, I want to commend him, especially when we made a proposal that school feeding shall not be undertaken by a sector that they do not understand the needs of children. And when we made that proposal as a committee, that school feeding be brought back to Minister of Education, he actually listened to us, because the learners and the Minister of Education, it can never be done in ASAL. It can never be done by regional development. You know, it is about accountability. Let the sector that had issues be told to account for it. And if there are administrative and professional problems, I think they shall be sorted out. Mr. Speaker, I thank you and I support. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Rindikiri Mugambi, MP for Buri.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. On the onset, I would like to commend the committee for aligning this supplementary budget with the manifesto of the government in place. Mr. Speaker, the happenings of the last 1 month have given us our failures. They have told us exactly where we have been going wrong. And I would like to say this, Mr. Speaker. It takes sometimes a bit of suffering to realize the way forward. The economics that I learned, it said it is necessary to destroy or do away with what you have so that you have a better foundation. That's Tom Schumpeter's. Mr. Speaker, what we are dealing with right now are issues of mismanagement of resources. Mr. Speaker, I want to commend the committee for critically looking at the areas where the possibility of mismanagement of resources that we have is quite high. Mr. Speaker, I want to challenge the committee that going forward, what we need to do as the basis for allocation of new budget for each MDA is the performance and utilization of the resources that they were given in the player here. Mr. Speaker, we cannot be every year in, every year out, that we are doing the same things. When we call the CSs, the PSs, the accounting officers, to come and do a presentation, we don't go in depth as to how they have utilized the money they have been given in the player here. Mr. Speaker, any budget has 3 objectives: short-term objectives, long-term objectives, mid-term objectives, and long-term objectives. Mr. Speaker, if we are targeting to create jobs, we must protect our industries. We must promote local industries. We must enhance productivity across the nation. Mr. Speaker, we cannot grow manufacturing if we don't practice protecting what we have locally and encouraging the potential that we have. Mr. Speaker, when the government targets taxation on imported items, it is not because we want to target and tax our traders. No. The objective here is to promote the local industries and productivity. Mr. Speaker, we have allowed Kenya to be a supermarket where we are even importing onions. We are about to start importing tomatoes. It's dangerous. Mr. Speaker, any budget, any money that collected from the taxpayers must go towards enhancing local manufacturing and hence productivity. Mr. Speaker, we haven't been targeting very much on value addition. And I've looked at this budget, and what I'm seeing is a deliberate effort to enhance value addition in specific sectors